Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome to Creative Quarantine. Springfield, day number 19. I ain't gonna get into it like that because we've been rolling for a couple of days now. It has been moving and gaining momentum, lots of nice things happening. We have coined a couple of phrases as of the last couple of days. We got the gallery, and that's the folks that have been following us since the beginning of the show, who tune in every day and binge watch with us. And I don't know, we have some folks here. We have probably done 83 plus hours of broadcasting. And we actually have some folks that have been on for all 83 of those hours. And we have coined the phrase, they are our gallery. They're probably already out there tuning in already. We got a couple of new faces. There's one in the gallery right there. Hello, Carol Gray. We got a couple of new people coming in too, so that's nice. Miss Carla Jones is definitely part of the gallery. She's been representing Detroit, and we got a family member that's kind of the gallery too. So we got to give her some props, Miss Linda A. Johnson. She's definitely the person who's probably logged the most hours and supplied the most criticism of people's behavior. And we got to have one. And of course, we can't last but not least, you can't leave our Queen Mother Goddess Opulence. She has been with us the whole way. So thank you all for continuing to tune in. I got some news today. Louise Cutler will no longer be with us on the show. No, I'm just joking.
Hey, come on, man.
The numbers are coming down immediately. They just like, bloop, 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 bloop.
I couldn't even sit down. I couldn't even sit down today. If
you notice, I normally have to bring her in the last few shows, but when I said that, she came running, didn't she?
I couldn't even sit down. Look, I couldn't even sit down today. You know why?
Wait a minute. People are setting the record straight. Miss Carol Gray says she's been here for all 83 hours. Wow.
Woo! All right, Carol.
I'm impressed. I am
very impressed.
Yeah, that made me just silent because you never know who's out there. Mm-hmm. I did a quarantine project in Jamaica about maybe 7 years ago, and this guy has been watching the show from Jamaica.
Oh wow!
So yeah, we don't know how far it's reaching.
We really don't.
We're getting out there anyway and trying to do good work. So thank you all for tuning in. So, partner, what you got for me?
Hanging out with us. Hold on. Puncher, are you punching buttons with me?
Yeah, we like that. We're like minds. We both control the control panel. So sometimes I'll be doing it and she'll be doing it at the same time and you'll see a blink. Yeah, that's called, sometimes we're on the same page. So what's on your mind, partner?
Well, I'm pretty excited about what's coming up Friday.
Talk to the people.
What's coming up Friday? We have been having so many people saying, "Hey, are you selling the art, or is art for sale?" And Pancho and I decided to just be like, "Hey, you know what? It's all about you guys. We are going to have a sale, not a sale, but we will be selling artwork on this coming Friday. We are so excited about sharing some of the new things with you guys. I mean, these artists have been cranking things out and looking forward to sharing them with everybody.
Right.
So,
and this is the first time we've ever been able to do this way. In a typical quarantine, you wouldn't have access to those pieces until the exhibition.
Exactly.
Through live TV and broadcasting and all of whatever you want to call it, because people keep saying TV.
Right.
You get a chance as a sneak preview to secure some of these pieces. Now, I'm going to lay some bylaws because you have to. If you purchase something before the show, you have to be willing for that piece to be exhibited in the exhibition before you can secure it. That's the main thing. That's out of fairness to the artist and out of fairness to all of the work that's gone into pulling this project together. But the other rule is, I don't even know how to say this. I'm not going to preface this because I might preface it wrong. Art is not something you wait until it gets cheaper to buy.
Exactly.
Art is if I got accessibility to it before everybody else does, you get it at the lowest price when it's first released. And in the case of these experimental pieces, the artists will likely not price them like they price their regular work.
Right.
And so I'm not going to get into that too deep because I just want you guys to understand the protocol. If you're kind of going to sit on the fence and watch, you're going to lose out. And we have, Louise has done several live broadcast shows. I've done several live broadcast shows. Karen Clark, LaShawn Beal, they have a wealth of experience in selling their stuff online. And I'm telling you, it moves fast. So I want to keep
definitely want to. And I want to just say something like what you said, Pancho. Don't think that it goes down. The longer you wait, it goes up. So I always tell people.
I'll give you a prime example on Louise's statement. My normal originals that are 8.5 by 9 inches, when they go out to galleries and such, they range between $1,500 and $1,800. When I first released them, they're around $500 to $800. So that shows you the space between these pieces. So if you see something you like, you've been watching the show, you got your eyeballs and pieces. I heard a couple of people saying they like some of Deborah Shedrick's pieces and they want them now. Friday is the day.
Friday is the day you definitely want to grab because you'll be competing with me.
You're going to be competing with all the people we don't know who's watching. Because see, I get a number on the top of the screen that gives me an indication of who's watching.
Exactly.
Finding that that number is way larger than the number that we see on the screen.
Right. So, and those people aren't always commenting.
Yes.
So they and it's like that number changes. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the number that's watching, because if it says 1520, that's a cycling of 1520 or whatever. People are constantly coming in and out as well. So it's cycling.
Yes.
So definitely don't wait.
So get your clear credit card ready. Get your what's that?
Hold on.
That's right. Get it ready.
Have it in hand.
Get your stimulus check ready. Whatever you're using, I ain't getting in nobody's business. Be ready for Friday. Now we are possibly going to do. We're going to do 2 sales. So we'll just keep you posted on what's happening with that. But we're giving you.
I was trying to find my ka-ching. See, this one's totally different.
A total different.
Get money out.
For those of you that are just watching, the ka-ching jar is for how many times people use curse words live on the air.
But the day we used it for.
It's for getting ready for Friday.
That's right. That's right. So you'll see that ka-ching jar out. Get your money ready.
Well, I'm glad you raised that because that's an important issue. We're going to be aggressively in a short amount of time trying to pull this thing together. So that's where we are, y'all. We are on day what, babe?
Day 18.
No,
am I right? 19?
No, day
19. And I'm the one that puts those things in there. But I'm always thinking when I go out at the end, I'm like, let me make sure I put the.
That's right. We only have 12 days left.
Oh my God!
I'm saying this to the artists mostly. We have 12 days left to produce.
I tell you,
12 days left.
Pancho and I have been having to pull some late nights trying to keep up with everybody.
This is that week, and see while we talking, I see off camera
LaShawn. LaShawn is just—he's
smiling and painting every time he see us online. He got at least 4 hours to get ahead of us. He's smiling and painting at the same time.
I know he's smiling and painting and getting it in. Look at him.
He's in the studio fussing. We ain't even got him live yet.
Right, and he's always have you noticed lately? It's like he's taunting us because he's been here early.
No, he came in early today. He said he thought the show started earlier.
Oh,
look at him.
Working away. Look at those pieces.
Just crankety crank.
Now all we saw yesterday was little black pieces, and now
there you go. He's doing background. Y'all ain't ready. Now they go. Hold on for a minute. I got this. Okay, let me focus on one thing at a time. Okay. I'm going to take him back out because he's making me mad. So, anything else on the fire?
That's it. Look behind me.
Oh, you got a pair of shoes and a tube, and you move something on top of the green rug, and you turn the T squares around.
It's
Uh,
not a rug. It's a cutting board.
the big thing is a cutting board. You got a cutting board that big?
The green thing is a
Man,
cutting
when I
board.
get
It's like,
big,
I
when
mean,
I
it's
get
a
big,
cutting mat. It's a cutting mat.
when I get big, I want a cutting mat. She got a cutting mat the size of my drawing table. Okay, so that's the distance in
You
luxury.
know how big I have to. Oh. Check this out. Check this out. This is fantabulous. Look at his top. Can you see it?
Nice.
You see
Very, very.
circle pattern?
That looks hot.
I know. I did that last night.
Well, you look. I love the way you got everything laid out and everything. You looking good. You looking competitive.
Hey, I told you I have to catch up. I have to catch up with Deborah and Karen. But then I told you we can't catch up with Karen, but you threw a monkey wrench in with those vases, which I'm glad.
Well, I've been trying not to lay restrictions because that's not fair. And in all fairness, if it's created during the 30-day period, it's eligible.
Right.
Now, I know Karen is not going to consider all of those art quality portfolio pieces. So we're actually held captive to what Karen decides to do.
And that's what I said. I said, I'm glad you gave her those big carving bases because it gives us a little time, just a little time.
Carving vases are really the fine art pieces, though.
Right, and it's real intricate. So it gives us a little time to catch up.
In case you're watching, Karen, and I know you are. She made the rule on your mugs and cups. But while we talk about that, Friday, if homegirl puts some mugs and cups on, they are gone. And I'm telling you,
they gone.
If y'all don't move fast enough, I'm gonna buy it.
Okay, Karen's coming with some mugs and cups. I already know because I've been talking to her.
That's right. I
said, don't forget to throw one of them teapots on there. Karen said, yeah, I got something coming out. I said, well, get it in by Wednesday.
That's right, because that's the way it's going to go down. So yeah, we're getting ready to get this party started. We got a couple things that's coming today, and LaShawn's already here early. So why don't we just go ahead and get the whole thing rolling?
I know, because he is busy down there.
Now, for those of you that watched the show yesterday, we showed a video from the 2000. Which one was it?
It was pretty fantastic too.
Yeah, 2007.
Yeah, my sister, she said, was that Poncho with the braid, the dreadlocks?
Yeah.
I said that
brother used to have long Fabio hair, just like LaShawn.
You look.
It was long and
like a little boy. You look like a little boy.
I look like my son then. But I was every bit of 240 pounds on that too.
Really?
Yeah.
I was like, Poncho was like, pay no attention to the weight on that. You know, you was doing one of those Jedi tricks. Pay no attention to the weight on that fella.
That's right. That's a gentleman that was 14 years ago, but all good information. And yes, it was 2006. Thank you so much, Linda Johnson. She's got all the notes. She might even have.
It's like,
she might even be keeping statistics on the show.
Day 19, 19 is always my 19 is one of my lucky numbers, y'all. It's the day I was born. I got a circle of my friends are born on the 19th. My mother was born on the 19th. My daughter was born on the 19th. So, and they were born the same day, June the 19th. Okay. I was born December 19th. So lucky day 19. Got up a little early today, got on the road earlier today. Early for me in the world of Poncho is about 7 o'clock. It's not 4, it's not 6. It's rare that I get up that early. I may wake up that early, but I will not get in here at that time. Now, I have left 4 o'clock in the morning, but I've not arrived at 4 o'clock in the morning. So today I got in about 8. I had it in my mind to do a lot of prepping. There's some things that are unresolved in the studio that need to be resolved so that I can move to my next phase. So I'm amped up to do that today. The drive-in was a beautiful morning. I'm feeling good, pretty good. I got here, got a little rest last night. So today I'm going to show you the G Clay process, how it is to now. I have a machine that is an industry standard. Many G Clay printers use the Epson system that I use. It was a firm investment for me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tell you exactly how I did this. PayPal and Square started offering loans based on your sales volume. Okay. I don't like loans. I hate them. Okay. But my sales volume was so well during the COVID crisis. It warranted me taking a couple of PayPal loans to do certain things that I wouldn't normally want to do with my money, right? So what I did was about 4 years ago, I was with Charles Bibbs. He has two G Clay machines. I was just like, I went several years without one. I was trying to justify why to get one, how much labor it was. I had a 44, my very first machine was a 44-inch machine. At the time I bought that machine, it was, artists weren't buying them. I think Charles and myself and a couple others are the only ones that had those machines because they were very expensive at that point. And then G Clay technology as a product line hadn't really gotten to that point yet. People were still kind of leery of them. They're not leery anymore. Okay. So about 3 or 4 years ago, it's probably like 3 years ago, I bought a machine. And the machine costs about $3,500. It's not a lot of money. But the cartridges, the first set of cartridges to go in, it cost $1,500. So this thing is no different than that house printer you got that they gave you for $99, and then you go to get cartridges for it and they $40. They basically give you the machine because they want you to be an ink crackhead. And you think you're an ink crackhead with your home system when that yellow run out and you got to run down to the store and say, can I get a yellow cartridge? And you got a serial number, and then they may or may not have it. Imagine having a almost $4,000 system and you run out of one cartridge and you got 9. And the cartridges are expensive for this thing. And to be honest, I use the cheapest ones. If they're not $89.99, I don't buy them because the largest cartridge in that thing costs $230 for one cartridge. Now, what I will tell you is the output from them cartridges is very high, and they continue to push the technology on these machines. So my advice to all artists is if you're going to someone to have them print your work, you are at a crossroad because it affects your flow. If you got 10 pieces and you got somebody printing your pieces and they're costing you anywhere from $80 to $125 a piece, 10 times 80, 10 times 125, that's $8,500. You could have bought 2 or 3 G Clay machines just by making a commitment to go to someone else to give them that work. Now, if you are tech savvy, it's a no-brainer. You should add it to your list, your wish list. If you are not fluent with Photoshop, I probably would wait a minute. You have to be prepared to get this machine because the thing about this machine, it has to be run. There's so many mechanics in the machine that move every day, it calibrates every day. There's ink pressure, there's, hey, climate. My room can be very warm in the summer and it's constant in the winter, but very warm in the summer. And so it has to be able to meet those fluctuations. If I leave my machine setting for a week, it can clog the head. And the whole thing with buying a system is you want to make sure those heads don't get clogged. So I have to push something through this machine a couple of times a week to keep it running the way it's supposed to be running. And it was really made to output a lot of prints, okay, in a short amount of time because the lifespan of a machine is not that long. I've had machines make it to 5, 6, 7 years. I'm on maybe, like I said, a 3.5, 4 year point on this machine. And they've come out with another series of machines all of a sudden. So if this machine broke, I would get another one because it pays for itself at this point. And it's great for order by demand. If somebody goes online and click it, I don't have to have a stack of one print sitting on my shelf. I can wait till that order comes in, open up my machine, and 25 minutes later, from tampering with the image to outputting it, I have a print. And from that point, it don't take that much. It only takes about 2-3 minutes for a print to run through the machine. So that's kind of what I'll talk to you about. And that's the other side of this whole thing. We've been focusing on originals for the quarantine. But I want to show you the business side. I want to show you the print side, the publishing side. I made my career on publishing. And when I say publishing, making multiples. And many people have different trains of thoughts and feelings on reproductions. And I don't care what your thoughts and feelings are. It's a simple equation for me. If you sell an original, how many people do you appease? One. At the end of the day, you appease that one person. If I do 500, 1,000, 250 prints, how many people do I get to reach? And so that's the premise of publishing for me. It's a very simple thing. I don't get into, hey, you saturating the market. Hey, look, you're devaluing the X, Y, and the Z. No, there's people out there, and you have to be able to sustain the need of those people. This is a business equation. It's a business function. And will a fine art establishment ever set Poncho as a viable entity with the reproduction that I have? Maybe not. But guess what? My most famous quote is, I would rather be in 500,000 homes than one museum. And my work is now in over 500,000 homes. I'm shooting to have my works in as many homes as I can get it in. And reproductions allow me the option to do that. And they also make you financially viable. You can monetize your work easily that way. Do I know artists that survive just off original works? Absolutely. They do quite well. But it's a different world because they have to create inventory. They're art in their originals, but to the average artist, it's still product. It's still inventory. They still have to be able to restock. And they restock by what they create. So I'm not saying one is wrong and one is right. I think you have to be the person to tailor it to what your needs are. And for me, the power of this is it allows me to be able to price my things where I want to. You know, if I got prints out of a piece and they're $100, $200 and I got an original, I'm not going to likely pimp my original price. People who sell the originals because that's their commodity tend to hold back the price of the originals. And that's the flip side of original artists selling original works versus a person doing reproductions. I think that artists that do reproductions have a better value or viewpoint on the value of an original. And I'm talking about artists that do this regularly, not amateurs, not folks that can hardly afford to go to a printer to have them output. Now, we got a lot of different areas in printing. You got digital now. Digital was not around when I became very popular, and artists like Paul Goodnight and Annie Lee and all of us were doing this. You couldn't sell a color copy. Back then, a color copy was like, no, hell no, you can't do that, you know? If you rolled up a digital print and sent it to a dealer, they would send it back because the quality wasn't there. Here it is, 2021. Digital technology is crazy. I have pieces here that were digitally printed that looked exactly like an offset lithograph print, which was the baseline of what we used to use to reproduce work through the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. And so I say all of that to say that technology is on our side like never before. And I tell artists this is the best time to be an artist technologically because there's so many advancements that you can do where you don't have to leave your studio to produce anything. And so part of what I want to show you today is my process from an original to working with it in Photoshop to outputting it from my Epson system. And you make the judge. I'm telling you, I can show you how to produce a piece in 25 minutes. And if I decide to do 10 copies of it, it would only take maybe 2 to 3 minutes per print to do that. And I can do them on demand. So I'm going to get in the studio because I got a lot of prepping to do today. So here we go. Okay, today I am going to show you how I take an image and print it from my digital printer. You know, one of the advantages to me doing the quarantine is I get a chance to create images that are small enough to fit on my scanner, but large enough for me to do other things with it. So I'm going to give you an example of what that looks like. I'm going to select an image and going to play with it
a little bit. Right now, I gotta try to see if I can select a nice image that would print well and largely. Let's see what we got here. I think I'm gonna try. Since that's got a little bit of color in it, we're gonna try that one. So we're gonna open it up. And this image was scanned, image size was scanned at 8 by 11 on my scanner. But what I did was, instead of doing a normal 200 or 300 resolution, I pumped it up to 600 resolution. All right, so with that 600 resolution, I can mathematically double this size. So this down here, 11 becomes 22. And the 600, I divide in half, which is 300, which is a normal setting used for printing images. We can go as low as 150, but this is just a little technique I use. It's a mathematical equation to make it double the size without losing resolution. That's all I'm aiming for at this point. So I'm going in now. The image is now, if I go back to check the image size is now 22 by 15, okay? I want to make it bigger than that. So let's see, I want that to be, the width to be 20, maybe 18, 20 inches. I'll go for 20 inches. So it takes a little while for the computer to write that up. As you can see, there's no resolution breakdown whatsoever. It's still sharp. I can come back in here now if I want to, make some adjustments if I want to. I'm going to go into my levels and see if I can make the density a little bit darker. And I'm going to see if I can make the highlights pop a little bit more. And I'm going to go and take out the signature. Let's see what we can do here. I'm going to take that down because I also want to record my screen. Let's see here. You know, this tech thing is so crazy. I mean, I know I look like I know what I'm doing, but I think everybody has their own knowledge base, and you learn what you need and you do what you need to do. I'm here. And so the one thing I want to do before I print this is I want to take my signature out. Okay. So I know that sounds crazy, but you don't want too many signature obstructions when you reproduce pieces. That's okay for when you are, when you're getting ready to sell your original as its own, on its own merit. But when you're doing reproduction, because you'll be signing and numbering it, you don't want to have a painted signature and a printed signature. This is just my personal opinion. This is something that I have done with my personal work. And I find that artists find art reproduction places, they often take the signatures out. So that's all I'm going to do here. I'm going to try to see if I can make that a little larger so I can get more done. Yeah, it's a good size. So what I'm doing is I'm actually using a tool called the rubber stamp. And I'm selecting an area outside of that letter, okay? And what that allows me to do is to duplicate the pattern underneath of it without too many obstructions. Other than that, it would have been painstaking for me to retouch that. Now, each click that I make changes my original. So my goal is to not make too many changes that are just away from the original. The adjustments I'm making right now, the human eye would not see. And a buyer would never even know that these things were there. But this is just something I do in preparation of printing an image, because the G-clay printing process is expensive. And I think that you do better when you are accurate and minimize all of the changes that could happen once you print something, because this is not a thing where you print it and then you play with it and then you print it. Now, some people do that. I don't. I like to spend all my time doing my pre-press so that when I'm ready to execute it and print it, I'm only making adjustments to the entire file. So as you can see, I can very easily mimic pattern and take my whole signature out of the image. I can take that edge right here, and let's see if I can blow it up for you so you can see it full screen. There's this little ridge here. I can take that ridge out. I can actually copy part of that ridge right in here, and I can move it over. I can take part of this side, do the same, and move it over, and I make that ridge. And so, as you can see, that's the rest of the signature. I'm basically grabbing texture that's outside of where the signature is to replicate that pattern. And as you can see, this is what's left of the O. I'm now taking that O out. And so what I do now is I go back out and I look for big dots that just look like it could be read as a mistake, particularly white dots. That could have been dust on the image, could have been a multitude of things. I like to clean, make sure that my images are real clean. When you print off of the G-Clay machine, the G-Clay machine does not miss anything. So I'm looking for white dots at this point, not color dots. Color dots read as detail, white dots read as mistakes. And you got to be careful not to overdo it, because each click I apply to this image changes the original from its original form. And so I'm trying to be real precise on what I change and how I change it. And I also use, on the edge of this tool that I'm using, I can calibrate that so that it has a soft edge, which allows it to blend into what's around it. So this image is pretty clean off the scanner. I have a small Epson scanner that has a bed that's 8.5 by 12. So being efficient, I do my artwork 8.5 by 12, because it allows me the control of being able to do a very, very large file without having to go oversized. Any oversized things, I have a guy that I use to do that stuff. I have one of the best scanning companies in this region is down the street. So normally when I need something that's larger file, I take it to him. He'll shoot it for me. And he does reproduction quality scans. And so there's some little spots right there. So I'm gonna clean that up just a little bit. That's a little teeny spot. I might even take I can make my tool smaller and get in there. Yeah, so that's my method. That's how I normally prepare myself for these images. It can be a little painstaking, but I'm just taking this one image and showing you how much time it takes to get a piece from where I've created it to outputting it. And if you have enough skill, you can do this in a minimal amount of time. I'm looking right there, and in there somewhere is a hair that normally the naked eye wouldn't see. But if somebody's studying this G-Clay on the wall, they might see that hair. And even though I'm magnifying this up, right now this is magnified quite a few percentages up from the size of the original. So right now,
in Photoshop,
still cleaning up. And see, I'm trying not to spend too much time here, because if I spend too much time here, I'm going to be correcting things that don't necessarily need correcting. That's kind of just what comes with trying to do the detailing on this. Like right now, every spot I see, because I've been doing this now for a couple of minutes, my brain is calibrated to seeing every spot. And so I don't want to remove every spot. Every spot is not going to be seen by the naked eye, and it's not going to obstruct this image. It's not going to change the image. But in my head, I'm already stuck and I'm touching some things that I would not normally touch. So I try to just squint my eyes, look for what's glaring. I would imagine that most of you guys on screen can't even see the hairs, and I wouldn't expect you to see that. But there are some glaring little spots in here that are probably on the glass, could have settled on the original, and I'm just removing those before I send it to print. I'm almost there. Got a couple more that's standing out. But as you can see, that technique, here's a hair right here. I'm just going to take time and get rid of that as much as I can. I can remove hairs. I could replace stuff that's missing. If I could retouch a photograph if I want. It's got wrinkles or tears in it. I can sometimes replicate that based on the information that's around it. So the whole hair has been removed. There's a big brush here for me dry brushing. Again, you would not. I wouldn't see it on the original, but by me magnifying this thing up to 300%, I can see every detail on this piece. And even then, sometimes when you do go from edge to edge, like I'm doing now, because I go from one edge of the piece to the other edge of the piece. I scan down, I move over, I scan down, I move over.
What size is that screen?
After a while, you're to the end of it. I'm getting to the end of it now.
Say it again.
What size is that screen?
27 inches.
Like a big,
You're making a sister jealous now.
my dry brushing, but I'm going to elect to take it out.
I have two of them right next to each other.
I know you're making a sister jealous. Just wanted you to know.
Nice. See where that paint splashed right there from when I was dry brushing? I'm gonna leave that. A little bit of color, it's not gonna hurt anything. It's right near the eye too, so it's gonna be real expressive if I leave that there. Here's a little orange dot that's not, and no other orange dots in that area, so that's gonna end up reading as a spot. Scroll down, and now I am at the end of the image. Okay, so once I get there, I am going to save as so that I don't mess up my original file. And I'm going to put a size here that says, say, 24 by 30. And that way I know that is a print scan and it's not just the image scan. Okay, so I got it pretty much cleaned up. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fit it on the screen, see how it looks. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to select canvas size. Now I did this at a 20th. So remember now, the original was 8.5 by 11. Now with me working in Photoshop, I was able to make this image 20 by 28 inches, and not lose any detail. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go to the canvas size. I'm going to add 4 inches. So that becomes 24 inches, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 inches. And so my final size on this piece, I'm going to add a white border to it, will become, fit that in the screen so you can see it. It becomes 24 by 32.5 inches when I'm finished, okay? So from here, I've set up my border. I normally allow a 2-inch border on my prints. He is going to be a really, really nice size. So I'm going to now go over here. I'm going to send this over to my printer. I'm going to make sure I got the right sheet size. I'm going to make that sheet size a little larger so I can have a little bit more border on the top and bottom. Well, you know, I might just leave it at, no, I'm going to do that. 23, I'm going to go up to 20. Yeah, I'll leave it there just for image sake. Okay, so I'm going to hit that. I want to check my all of my paper readings. I can check my paper readings. I can go normal printing. Saturation means I can pump up the color, and I'm going to print. And it's going to give me messages if it's too large for the paper. It takes a little bit of time to send that information over to the G-Clay machine. But as you can see, it's running up. From here, I come over and here's my G-Clay machine. It is a 24-inch machine. And so it will now print out the piece so you can get an idea of how much time. Right now on the clock, we've spent 16 minutes from the time I open the image up to outputting it.
I have my original over here in my hand. So I want you to get an idea of how quickly this piece prints. It's just beginning to print the bottom half of the piece. I will put my original in there in a field so you can get a size reference difference. So the G-clay process is not that long. It generally takes no longer than about maybe, I would say, 2 minutes for this machine to drop the ink. This machine has 9 cartridges in it. So it captures plenty of nuances. It's not just your normal black, cyan, magenta, yellow. For each color, it has a subcolor. The subcolor is like it has a cyan, but it also has a light cyan. For yellow, it has a light yellow. For it has a dense black, and there's at least 3 grayscale cartridges in this printer. So it allows you to be able to get bright color, certain color nuances. As you can see, the piece is now coming through. Remember that the original to this piece is only 8.5 by 12, and we just made it almost canvas size. Now, when I output this, I can use whatever substrates I want. If I decide I want to print it on glass, I can print it on glass. If I want to do it on canvas, I can do it on canvas. There are certain substrates that's calibrated for this machine. To do it on glass, you would have to print on a material that will fuse it to glass. Now, it doesn't run glass through this machine. I can hand feed paper through this if I want to experiment. But I can also, I have rolls on here. This is a 24-inch machine. My first machine was 44 inches, but I found it was too much machine for me. Clients basically were not buying supersized prints. These prints tend to be expensive. As a matter of fact, a print this size would run around $400. So as you can see, his image is coming through. I want to put the original on the screen so you can kind of see. Turn it upside down so you can see the comparison. Now, color is not going to always be exact. There's certain color gamuts that you get when you are painting that may not translate in scanning and printing. However, I think that if you play with your original file long enough, you can get as close as you want to get. In this case, the oranges is a very difficult color to catch, but I could also go back in there and dial down the saturation on it if I wanted to. But I determined where I wanted to go. The bottom line is that when I do a print, once I figure out the balance of the print, I never actually try to make it a replica of the original, because it's going to be nearly impossible for me to match the nuances of an original. An original should never be compared to reproduction. So you see the size difference on this piece. So this will give me some leeway. 2 things happen. I documented this piece forever in a digital file. It can be output anywhere I want to output it. It goes into my image bank. If somebody says, hey, I need a cover for a poster, boom. Hey, I need a piece for an article, boom. I don't have to pay anything. And then the other side of this is I can go back into Photoshop and make probably 100 different renditions of this piece as a derivative. And that's the power of using computers. And for the longest time, I was alienated by the computer. I thought, hey, it's fake, it's not real. You know, everything should be done by hand. And once I opened my mind to the world, the possibilities of using a computer, my whole way of viewing art changed. So as you see, he's still coming out. He's looking good. Look at that face. Move this down so you can see more of the piece and less of the printer. Actually, actually, this part of the process, you see all my paper on both sides. Because this machine is a money grubber. You have to pay for all of the cartridges. The cartridges cost from $89 up to $237 per cartridge, depending on how much ink is in that cartridge. The papers cost maybe about $100 to $200 a roll. So this can be a very costly thing, and that's why our G-clay printing can be so expensive. So the title of this piece is Começo, and it means face, and he is printing out. I'll give you another size comparison so you can see it before it drops. As you can see, it's a hell of a difference. It's more dramatic, that size, but I have control. And guess what? I still have the life of the original to do whatever I want to do. If I sell it original, I still have a lifetime representation of this piece. And that's the power of using the computer. Right now, it's been 23 minutes since we started this, from the beginning of the scan to now. And I am getting ready to, it's going to cut itself. And there we go. So, from the beginning to end, I mean, I throw a lot of things on the floor while I'm working, so it's part of my process. I'm going to show you that piece. So there you go. That is the final G-clay print, measuring 24 by 32 inches. And the original is 8.5 by 12. Yes, there is some color shift because orange is a very difficult color to balance, but I make an executive decision on how much of a derivative it is from the original. And I will probably go in and play with it a little bit to make the colors come back closer. But that's it, pretty much. From digital file to a final G-clay, 24 minutes. So now you see how that whole thing works. Today I had to clear a lot of things away in the studio. So I had pieces from my last quarantine that I haven't framed. And so I want to try to get some things out of the way. And sometimes when I'm creating pieces, I need a diversion. I need a diversion where I'm being functional that takes my brain away from the artwork. But I want to do something that's functional, that's going to move things along. So what I may do today also is I may do a couple frame jobs, for instance. I got pieces that are sitting around that need to be popped into a frame. And so maybe I'll just show you what that process looks like.
Well, we're at that stage now where we're so far into this and numbers of people's works are starting to increase that we're going to have to speed up the images now. That was for 1, 2, or 3 images. Now we got to speed it up. I'm liking that part.
I know, but you have so many pieces on there. I was like, wow.
I am officially up to 31 pieces.
Oh, okay. I'm not there yet.
Yeah. I'm trying to. I'm on a mission.
I know.
Yeah,
Wait, hold on.
I know some of these other participants.
I did these. I was doing hold on. I was doing a Deborah yesterday. Look at those.
Nice.
With the palette knife, and I'm going to do some images on them.
Fantastic.
Aren't those cool? I really like them.
Very good. And is that acrylic or oil?
This is actually acrylic. I did these in acrylic. And I was over my little section thinking, I better move some of these colors. One day I'm going to grab the wrong one and mix it with.
Well, we got another artist in the studio.
I know, Catherine.
Kathleen is here.
Yeah,
Kathleen runs a
Kathleen. I caught it.
She'll get it right by the 31st.
By the end.
Kathleen.
Oh, but I wanted to show you. Look.
Woo.
Oh, you got it. Good.
I got it. I'm excited.
Good.
What do you think you're going to do with it?
Oh, hold on. I'm working on this piece. And so I'm thinking I'm probably going to add it. I'm thinking I'm going to add it to this piece.
Nice.
But I have to do the drawings on it because I'm thinking I'm going to add it along this area here.
Uh-huh.
But I have to do some sanding and stuff like that. Because I just put the on it last night, so I'm going to do some sanding on it. So this isn't what it's going to look like. All of the extra spillovers are going to get sanded off, and then it's just the resin is just going to be in the ridges, and then I'm going to add this face to it.
Nice.
And then, how are you going to apply the cane work?
I'm trying to figure out, but I'm going to cut it into small slices. Because I want to apply it along this ridge, almost like a band. So I want to make, and so I'll have to see if I have enough because I want to make small slices and then apply it along this ridge.
Yeah, that'd be nice. So are you going to glue it on? That's what I was.
I think that's what I'm going. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up gluing it on that ridge. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do.
I mean, since you're going to give it to your husband to do anyway, why don't you have him carve it so that the cane sits inside? Yeah.
He's going to do all this sanding.
That would be hot.
I know. So I haven't made up my mind how or how I want to do that part yet. So he's going to, and who says I'm going to have him do it anyway?
Oh, I already know. I can tell by the sound in your voice.
He's going to sand it. He's going to sand it. And then I have to cut because the cane.
Louise, is your resin dry already?
Like all the insides, this is just a little sticky.
It's still sticky.
But all of this is dry.
I poured some resin in a clear resin in some mass molds I made. This is the second day that they're setting.
Really? No, mine normally set in a day.
Yeah. I'm trying a new product, but it's crystal clear. I haven't had to use any heat or anything on it, so I'll keep you posted on that.
Yeah.
So how you doing today, Kathleen?
I'm not sure why that's still sticky.
In the studio today.
Say that again?
How are things going in the studio today?
Oh, good. So I'm working on a collection of adornment pieces, art to wear, that will be the Creative Quarantine collection. And so here's here's one piece. Well, here's two pieces that are going to be pendants. And so I've done the first layer and then put a another layer on it, a supporting layer. And now I'm going to do the backing of it. Can you see?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm going to do the backing of it. So I just cut it to fit the back. And then this clay I'm using the Primo clay, which is sticky. So I don't need to apply the liquid translucent onto it. I could, but I don't need to because it's sticky enough that it will adhere to the back of the cooked pieces. So I just wrap it around and apply pressure.
And what did you say these were going to be?
So these are going to be pendants.
Oh, okay.
Pendants to use with the aluminum foil beads.
Mm-hmm.
And then I made some other beads.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to use, yeah. And then this pattern I'm going to use for some other things, maybe some earrings, a couple of necklaces.
Okay. That'll be nice.
And, yeah, so this will be the Creative Quarantine collection.
Oh, okay. So you'll have some pieces ready for Friday?
Yeah, pretty possibly.
Wonderful. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what these all look like. Finished products.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I use this is a soft sandpaper.
Mm-hmm.
Like this, it's a sponge sandpaper. So I use that as a tool to evenly apply the backing to a pendant piece.
And how do you adhere the pins to that?
Pins?
Yeah, when you adhere a pin, or because it's a pendant, right?
Well, a pendant is a neck piece. So like this is a big. Are you there still? Oh, am I going away already?
No, you're fine. Louise is taking a call.
Oh, okay. And so then I just take my blade and go around the edge to get a nice clean finish. And then I take my sponge sandpaper and shape the clay around the edge to make a nice smooth edge. Then I'm going to take this stamp, this rubber stamp and make a design on the back. I have to press this pretty hard to get the stamp to press all the way into the back piece. Okay. And then I decided I would use I could either do a tube on the sides and string the string that way, or I could do the tube on the top and string it that way. And I'm thinking I'm going to do I'm going to do the sides. So I want to get two even pieces. This tube is 3 inches. So 1.5 inches. Now I will take the bacon bond. This is the sticky one, because I want the tube to be sticky. And I'll just swipe a little bit of the bacon bond here on each side, and shift this, and then press the tube, center it on the side, and press the tube using this chopstick. And then do the same on the other side. So this will adhere the tube to the clay surface of the pendant. And just double check, make sure it's nice and secure. Okay, then I will get my initial cane. Use this on all of my pieces, and I can squeeze it to make it smaller to fit the back of the pendant. And then take my slice. Whoa. And then I just press my initials in there. And I take my X-Acto knife and I write the date. I usually just write the month and the year. So this is 1/21. Okay. And then this is my baking tray. So I'm going to take a piece of paper so that this will be elevated and the tubes on the side will clear the base. I don't want the tubes to get flattened. And I use a lot of paper towels to protect everything. Okay, so this one's ready. I have one more to do. And then I'll put these in the oven. But what I also want to do tonight is to do the next step of the heart box that I'm working on. I covered the base of the box last night, and today I'm going to do the top. I just wanted to be able to bring folks along on the journey of making a heart box. Okay, so here's the top and the pattern that I made yesterday. And I'm going to put on a lot of this time I'm going to use the translucent liquid Sculpey. Some Sculpey has good purposes. This liquid comes in really handy. So I'll just spread this all around the lid. And take my fingers and spread this all around so it gets a nice covering. Gets good coverage. So once this is covered, I will then put the box back in the oven to cure it. And this will be the next step in the process. And there will be maybe 3 or 4 other steps after this. Okay, so now I'm going to take this and lay it over and shape it around. I'll make sure that there are no air bubbles. Working with textiles, I find a lot of similarities in shaping the clay around heart box as I do with garment. So a sheet of polymer clay like this has a lot of similarities to a piece of fabric. So again, I've mentioned this before, the the way a polymer piece goes in the oven is the way it comes out. It doesn't melt or blend or anything like that. So Pancho, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm still here.
No.
I'm still here.
Oh, so I have a question for you. You talked about the process of duplicating your work and using the machine to make giclée copies.
Yes.
And so that is duplicating pieces like this are difficult to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been thinking about a way to make copies, maybe like with cards.
Well, your designs are so intricate that all you would really need to do is that to photograph your canes, or even photographing your sheets like you have there.
Yeah.
Just gives you an endless amount of things you can do with them.
Huh. So what do you think? What are some things that you think?
Like you said, you could do cards. You can do. It could be implemented on other types of material. That could be printed on glass. It could be printed on wood. The G Clay technology has a transfer technology too. So your pattern can pretty much be put on a lot of different things.
Interesting. So that's an interesting concept, because I know that polymer can be physically applied to wood and to glass.
Yes.
Like I have a bunch of these.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And a whole collection of baby food jars and big jars for the purpose of making vessels like this.
Very, very nice. Well, I mean, the designs you do is so intricate that they could be a still. You can still do a digital catalog of those pieces. There are people that actually pay to use those patterns on other stuff.
Huh. Well, that's certainly something worth exploring.
Absolutely, and I can even see a textile person wanting to use that as a fabric design.
Oh, textiles. Now you're talking my language.
Absolutely, that could be translated into fabric very easily, but you would have to take those flat sheets and just have digital files made of them.
Yeah.
Which could be quite fun.
Okay. All right. So once I get the sheet laid around, then I take my blade and get it off the
I need to get me a blade like that.
Michael's. Yeah, there are flexible ones, like this is flexible.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are stiff ones. Like this is somewhat flexible, but it's stiffer and heavier than this one.
Right.
So I just go around like this. Okay, so I'm going to get a little more clay for these sections. Get a little more liquid for these sections that missed the first layer. And then, lay this on here.
I really like the way that looks.
Great.
It looks very beautiful, actually.
I really like it.
That's a webroot thing, right? It's in the green color right now.
What is that? I hear talking, but I can't make out what he's saying.
That was just me. I think it looks really nice.
It sounded like a man's voice.
I know.
Green, do you see any changes over there?
That voice. That was you? Okay, so this is all covered. I just want to make sure there's no air bubbles. And that everything is pleasing to my eye. Okay, so here's the bottom. Here's the top.
Very nice. Coming together well. Looks really nice.
Yeah, so like I said, so now this is going to go in and get cured again. Like I said, it cures at 275 degrees. I put the bottom on after this is cured because of how I affix the bottom and make it look pretty. Okay.
Very nice.
So that's one side. So like I said, this now I'm going to put it in here. Put it in this pot. Can you see the pot?
Yes.
So you put them in pots to cook them?
Yeah, I cure them in pots.
Those look that looks fabulous. I really love that color.
The pot?
Not quite the pot. Yes, I love the color of that pot.
Isn't that cool?
Mm-hmm. And that's the one you're doing for Catherine?
This is for this is with Karen.
Karen. That's the one you're doing, Karen.
Yes.
So, and you took that through the so when you finished it yesterday, then you took it through the pasta machine.
Took what through the pasta machine?
Well, remember when you were laying it out yesterday, you were going to take it through the pasta machine. So you took that through the pasta machine after you laid it out?
Yeah, this sheet. Yeah.
Okay.
So while you were away, she applied the sheet to the top and bottom of the vessel.
I know. I watched that part. I was watching. I'm sorry I was away, but I'm having some computer issues and the tech had just called back on my other computer over here.
So now these sheets, they might become another adornment piece.
Mm-hmm.
Either earrings or a necklace.
Oh, okay.
Do you ever repeat the pattern on the bottom?
Say that again?
Do you ever repeat the same pattern on the bottom?
Yeah, usually I do. So, so once this is cured, then I'll put this on the bottom.
Oh, okay.
But because of how I shape it and finish it, I need to have this cured first.
Okay. Well, Karen sounds very excited.
Say that again?
Karen sounds very excited. She says, very nice, Kathleen. And me, double E's.
Okay, so to make sure that the clay keeps its good shape, I put these, I make these forms to support the insides. Now this, I might have to put new paper because this is getting brown. Mm-hmm. And I don't want the brown to get onto the white of this piece.
So the paper doesn't burn out in the oven?
Well, yeah, it is getting brown.
It's brown, okay.
Can you tell? Can you tell?
Not really, but I get.
Oh, okay. Well, I can tell. So this just helps support the piece while it's curing. And then I fit this. Ooh, how did I do that before? Okay.
All right, because you don't want them touching each other.
Yes, I don't want them touching each other. That's not good. So I put these papers in here as supports for the
walls.
Yeah, for walls. Get some more tissue paper, paper towel. And I can place it between.
What?
Well, we must be experiencing that overheated phone situation.
I think that's exactly what's going on. It's amazing though. It's like magic. 1 minute she's here and the next minute she's Kathleen has magic powers.
What do you have for us, darling? Do you have a presentation today?
I do. I mean, I was going to do some present. I was going to work on some of my pieces.
Now you
But we have
interviewed the
Frankie
ladies. You interviewed the ladies this morning.
I did, and I have it for you. So let's get that rolling. I mean, we don't have to do the whole thing at one time. So however you want to do it. Yeah, and I went back through and did some, but there were certain parts I couldn't find. So
well, let's speak to Frankie while he's on. He's logged in a little early. What's happening, Frankie Barrero, the man, the myth, the legend? How you doing, man?
I'm all right. I'm exhausted physically, just weary, but I had to draw a little bit.
Well, it looks like you got a little something done.
Can you see it?
Yes.
I'm doing this guy here with his horse converging into a beard as part of his beard.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
That's coming along.
Yeah.
I know the grass always makes me think of Jesus and the thorny crown whenever I see the grass.
The manger scene.
So every time I see that up top.
In the end, I went back to pastel.
Oh, Team Frankie. Team Frankie.
That's
Team
right.
Frankie.
Team Frankie. They coming in, Frankie. And we even did a little something for you, Frankie. Boom.
Team Frankie. Team Frankie. Team Frankie. Yes. It is all Team Frankie up in here. So
That's right. They coming in. They looking for you, man.
That's right.
Team quarantine.
There you go, Frankie.
This is part of the experience. Now I can say, in my my quarantine experience, I had this to include.
Yes, right. You had the Team Frankie Legion.
That's right. That's right. So
I mean, I got a nice.
Oh, we got another one. We got another one just came in.
Frankie.
That's right. Miss Map is out there.
That's right.
They're all cheering you on, man.
They're
We're
all
glad to see you doing better today.
Yeah, I'm glad you're doing better. It's always good to see you, Frankie.
Well, it's good to see you guys too.
All right, I have it for you, Poncho.
Well, we're going to run this feature for a little bit. Go ahead, let it rip.
All right, and I'll let me know about the sound because I'll bring this down. But I think the sound should be fine now.
Okay.
Normally sound quality is wonderful, and today's sound quality is not. So now you have my my miniature me up because I'm using a different sound area. So this part of me, the miniature me, will be up through the show. So there. So just so you know that the miniature me will be up during the show. I have some amazing women on this show today, and I am really excited about having them here. And I'm going to make myself bigger so you don't have to see the miniature. So I am really excited about having them here on the show today, and I'm really excited to be a part of the creative quarantine that we're all a part of. And some of the things that we've been doing, I'm sorry, I was like rushing around most of the day, and they look beautiful. So you'll just have to look at them and not at me so much. So, but I am excited about having you guys here with us today because, I'm actually doing creative quarantine with, I think it's at least 5 other women, and I have gotten so much out of this particular program. All of the work that we've done, the relationships that we've built has been fantastic, has been absolutely fantastic. And I am so honored to be participating in this particular event with these phenomenal, and when I say phenomenal, I do not take that word lightly. These phenomenal women, especially the 2 that I'm about to bring up, and because we have other women that are in the show, but these 2 are absolutely phenomenal. And I don't know why God did not lead them into my path years ago, but I am grateful that they are a part of my life today, and they will forever be a part of my life. And I don't care what they say. They ain't going nowhere. And I did use the ain't word. They are not going anywhere. I will forever be attached to these 2 particular women just because of their craft, their energy, their commitment to their work, just their longevity. They have been in this business for a number of years and have weathered the storms as women in the art world. So I'm going to bring them up because, I can talk. And you guys really didn't come to see me or hear me and all of that kind of stuff. And definitely, if you're out there, share your comments and all that kind of stuff. I see Kathleen is in there saying the link didn't work, so I'm going to have to send it back to her. But I'm going to bring these beautiful women up here.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. I am so excited to have you guys on this show. Deborah, I love the background you told me.
Thank you. It's one of mine. Me too. I love it.
Deborah just showed up on us today. Okay. And but I am so excited to have you guys here in my studio, Living Out Loud studio, because Living Out Loud is all about, and the reason I wanted you guys here is because I feel that, because Living Out Loud is all about being who you are and unapologetically being who you are, not caring about anything that's going on around you, and because that does not dictate to you who you are, and just living your best life irregardless of who, what, when, and where. And so just getting to know you guys, and I've only known you guys for
19 days.
Huh?
19 days.
I know, but I feel like I've known you for a lifetime, which is weird. But
And we passed. That shows we just didn't know each other.
We just didn't know each other, which is phenomenal for me. And so I just feel like, so I just had to have you on the show because I feel like you guys live that out loud, just talking to you, listening to you, being a part of what you're doing. Karen, you are living out loud. Deborah, you definitely live out loud. Just talking, it's like there's nothing that has caused you to be like, oh, well, am I in the right spot? Am I doing the right thing? It's like you guys have like done with that nonsense.
Well, I questioned being an artist when I first started.
Right.
Because it was like, is this a curse or a blessing? And my mentor would say, it's a blessing, it's a blessing.
It's like, am I in the right field or what? But I want to talk about, and I'm going to let Kathleen, I got to send Kathleen another link. But I want to kind of talk about, we're all in the creative quarantine, and there's 5 women in the creative quarantine. And I wanted to do a show where it was like the women of creative quarantine. And I know a lot of them because Michelle's up there messaging me. I can see on my computer. And there's, you know, and there's guys in the creative quarantine. But what is it like for a woman? And Deborah, I know you've done this before. You've done creative quarantine before, and it's just been you. And people can't tell me, it's like, okay, because you've done the whole closed in creative quarantine, where it's just you and all of you guys. But tell me, what is it like? And I'm not saying like, oh, well, yeah, it's us against them and things like that. But that's from a woman's standpoint. What is it like to be a part of this creative quarantine? What is it like for you?
You go first.
Oh, you told me. You said I go first. Well, this is my first creative quarantine. And it is, you know, we are in Corona and it is social distancing. So, and we're all working from our home. So it is lovely to be able to do outbound calls to a lot of the other artists or the other women to talk to them to find out how they're doing. But I could not imagine being with all of the other artists. I think that it would be amazing. And like I was telling Pancho, I could do this for 30 more days because it's just not enough hours in the day with all of the creativity that I want to do with Deborah and Shiva and yourself and Kathleen and Lorraine and Michelle. It's just not enough. I feel like I need to have a woman's quarantine now.
Well, you know, we can extend that to one day a month.
That would be amazing. I would love that.
Yeah, well, we can all get together and commune.
I was totally thinking that. I was like, you know, because all I thought about is, I want to have both Deborah and Karen at my studio.
I love it.
You know, a whole weekend of Deborah and Karen, and then we just like work and create.
Girl talk, create, you know, cry, whatever you want.
Right. Absolutely.
That'd be nice.
I know, because I think it would be so fantastic. I'm like, and I'd have to borrow a kiln from somewhere and a wheel.
Oh yeah, I can do something. You know, I can do sculpting the whole time, so that would be.
I know, but you know that that's where my head be going.
Right.
You can buy them on with the piano. We can just shove it all to their studio.
Exactly. But you know, I think that I have learned so much with dealing with the women. You know, the women that are mature women, but also the women who have children, you know, and how their process goes, and just seeing how things, you know, seeing what I'm doing and what they're doing and how they're maneuvering around to create, you know, because they have full-time jobs and children to raise, and I'm working 3 different jobs, you know, so it is, you know, it's a lot, you know, and when I say 3 different jobs, I work, you know, part-time at a law firm, I teach class, you know, 4 days a week, and then I come into my studio to do my work. And so, you know, and having to balance all of that, I can't imagine where you're having to deal with children and personalities in school, you know, and, you know, this being that you have to cultivate, you know, and Deborah, you had to do the same thing. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
So the first part of my career, it was my sons. And this last era of my life is, you know, my sons are on the back of my mind now. It's my parents that are, you know, always in the back of my mind. So I don't think you ever have a part in your life where it's just you, you know. So, and I had my first son at a young age, so it's just what I do, it's just who I am, you know. Having to keep in mind there's someone else besides you that's affected by the decisions you make.
Right.
So I just try to keep everything that I do in perspective. You know, I try not to stress about anything. I try not to take things too seriously, and just do what I have to do. Make the best of it. And do a little fun and laughter in there with it.
You both work, correct? You both have an outside job, not necessarily a 24/7 outside job, but you both have some other form of that you have to do. And but during this quarantine, how are you correlating that? How are you making that work?
Who wants to go first? You or me, Deborah?
Let me go first because I may forget what I'm going to say because I've already forgotten half of it. but I have another area of my life that I'm dedicated to, and it's in the finance realm. So me trying to juggle that, like yesterday before I got on air with you guys, I had been in a meeting from like 11 o'clock to maybe 7, you know, because what I'm trying to do is bring that arena of finance to the art life and to help artists understand how money works and how to invest their money without just spending it all on art, and to prepare for your future, because, you know, I'm not about business. I'm all about creating, but you got to find a balance between your finances and your art. And nobody has really talked to us about that seriously.
Right.
So I have taken on the challenge to learn that life and to share it with artists.
Okay, I'm gonna be calling Deborah.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Did you say Kara? I would be calling Deborah.
What I was going to say is, you know, she is doing it, and it's been something that I have been working on as well, because when I back in 2010, when I went to Africa, I had to come back and I had to think about what my financial future is. And so you have to, as an artist, figure out what your need is and what your want is. And so, you know, I still love, you know, massages and buy makeup and clothes and shoes and all of that, but you have to figure out, like, okay, well, I need some tools as well. But speaking with a financial advisor, dealing with my 401k plan and my pension, and talking to the financial advisor to say how many hours need to be worked, and so that when you are looking at 65, that you do have, you know, this, you know, income still coming in, though you are still creating. I don't think that I'm ever going to stop working unless, you know, it's time for me to stop, or I can't use my hands, but I might use my feet when if that happens. But
you know what? I can so see you doing that.
Yeah, but that is always in the back of my mind when I am working. So I do think about the monies that I do have and how it takes care of the bills, how I pay myself, but also what I need to invest for my future retirement. And so, and it's a lot, you know, because, you know, dealing with artists, you know, we make money and it's amazing, but then we have, you know, a month like January where, you know, it's just trickling in slowly. But to have some consistency, for me, I like consistency. And I like to be able to not have to make a decision on on if I could write that check. I'd rather just say, I'm able to do it. This is what I want to do and make the best decision for me.
So that's quite the balance because, you know, and what, you know, what I find interesting, and you brought that up earlier, was the things that you were learning from moms and things like that. And because you guys, like Deborah, you have children, a family, and then Karen is like the flip side, where it's Karen and her dog, her amazing dog, but it's lives that were chosen, not it's not like you just fell into it. This is how you chose your life. And so I find that it's interesting because you guys think on the same level as far as future.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're thinking about your future, and Deborah also thinks about like, okay, I still have to plan for my future. And even though I might be married and have kids and all that kind of stuff, as an artist, I still have to think about where, you know, at some point I may not be. Well, I think you'll be an artist forever. Like you said, you'll be working with your feet, and Deborah will still be painting, and God knows I will be. They'll have to take the brush out of my hands the day I pass on. But that's just it. It's like looking at that from that standpoint, and from, you know, this is where I am and this is where I want to be. You find that this is for you a life dedication. It's like, this is my life.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my life. This is me.
Mm-hmm.
This is who I was born to be. I'm very comfortable with who I am, you know, as a person and as an artist. You
Right.
know, like I love myself.
And you know, how does that relate? And I'm gonna, because it's like, how does that relate to family? How does that, you know, it's like, because I know with me being an artist and having a family, how does that, and Karen, I'm gonna ask your questions and be just like it a little differently. How does that relate? Because I know as an artist, we're like, when we get into our creative mode, it's like, you know, my family comes up here to find me. It's like, so how does that for you, Deborah, how does that work within your family structure?
My family is very respectful of what I do. You know, they cheer me on. They especially lately, have become a part of my business in helping me. When I first started, though, my parents, you know, they were kind of apprehensive because they really didn't understand the world of art. And they were probably more afraid than they expressed it that, you know, I wasn't going to be able to make any money at that. But I proved them wrong. You know, and whatever money I make as an artist, I am just so appreciative, because it's like painting a picture and giving it to your mom and she puts it on her refrigerator, or your father puts it on the refrigerator. Now it's like my clients are putting, you know, my pieces in their homes and on their walls, and so, you know, it's an adrenaline thing too, you know. That connection I made with people when they, you know, want to purchase my art is just so meaningful. I do not take it for granted.
Oh yeah, when people purchase your art, there's just something about, and I don't know if people understand that, what that feeling is like to have somebody purchase your work. And it's not always about the money. It's just, it's like, ooh, you've given something back into the world. Or one of the things that I always say is that on my website is, when you purchase art from me, you just purchase a part of my history.
So you literally have just became a part of my history when you purchase that piece of artwork.
And those people that purchase your art, most of the time they become your friends, you know?
That is true. That is true.
They become friends and a part of it. And they it's like, because honestly, what they're purchasing, and I always tell people, is when people purchase your artwork, they're actually also purchasing who you are, because people buy from you because they get to know you, not necessarily the fact that I was like, oh yeah, I love this piece, but they also love your story. They love the story behind you and who you are and what you do, and that's the beauty of what people are purchasing. And I don't know if people always understand that. It's like people are purchasing because they're also purchasing a part of our history, in a sense, or
and they're purchasing you also. I had talked to one of my collector / friends yesterday, and she said, you know, whenever I enter my house, the first thing I see is you. So you're always on my mind, and I'm always thinking about you. You know, so
that is so beautiful.
So that is so beyond just putting a piece of art up in your house. You know, to have somebody to say that to you is, you know, is humbling. You know,
it really is.
It's like I was picked, you know, to do that for you. And now that you have it, we have this connection that is so unlike any other connection. You know, it's like she said she sees me every day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm in Alabama and she's in New York.
Mm-hmm.
But that piece of art had an effect on her that I didn't even think about it having an effect on her.
I know, you don't think about it. You just don't. I mean, when people tell me things about art that they purchased from me, you're like, oh, wow, that's really nice. You have never thought about that kind of outcome of it. So that's.
And you guys notice that when you go into someone's home and see your work, it doesn't, sometimes I'm like, is that mine? It looks so different.
Yes. It is amazing. It is amazing.
You take on a whole another, what's the word? I don't even know what the word is, but it's like it's transformed.
Yes, that's the great word, transformed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love I love the fact that when you create the piece, you have this connection with this piece, and it is a very intimate thing. I think that artists are very intimate with their work, and they're creating it, and then once it is completed, the journey is done. And so it is where it is inside of the gallery space or inside of the studio. And then the minute or whenever you've done, I don't know if you guys have ever seen it happen, when you're doing a show and everything is all pretty and somebody walks into the booth and just starts crying. And you're looking as, it's not a disconnection. You look at the work and you love the journey and the stories, but to see how they get overwhelmed or emotional being in the spirit of what's going on with you. It's amazing. It's amazing.
It's amazing to see people, how they, not necessarily how they communicate with your work and become sort of, it's a spirit, it's like it's a spiritual journey.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very spiritual, how people connect to your work.
Right. Yeah. The story Karen just spoke on reminded me of a customer I had, and her grandmother had passed. And it was an old piece I did. It's called Back Home, but it's still, very popular today. And she said her grandmother left her a little bit of money. And that touched me because it wasn't like it was a whole bunch of money, but that money that her grandmother left her, she wanted to buy this piece I had. Mm-hmm. And so we were both boo-hooing in the
mm-hmm. I get it.
And I don't cry very cheap.
I know. So, yeah. I know. Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty amazing. I love hearing these stories because, these stories, these aren't stories that we're sharing during the creative quarantine. And so I really love hearing the stories of how people have connected to your work and how it's made you feel. I'm actually, it's like you're selling moments and
healing
and memories. It's like you're selling a lot more than people think. Right. And as an artist, I find that all of our art pieces is a spiritual journey. Mm-hmm. And it's one that we all go on, and we're sharing that spiritual journey with other people. Right. Every day. And I don't think people always understand that or get that. Mm-hmm. And so, that's one of the things that I wanted to like doing. What did I'm sorry? No, I was, Catherine's posting. So I'm going to put this. One day, a couple drove 2 hours through windy rainstorms to find me at a show to buy one of her heart boxes. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, that's amazing. And let's see. Well, I'm just gonna post some of the here and the board because sometimes I forget that people are saying things over there in the corner. I'm just so engulfed in what you guys are saying. And like I said, for me to sit here. So how long have you both been in the art world? As far as doing this, for me, go ahead.
I think I started in 85. Yeah, I think I started in 85. But I don't keep up with the years. That's just something I don't do. I don't keep up with things, numerically. I keep up with things like happy moments that I had.
Right. Yeah, early 2000s for me. I'm not sure when though. Mm-hmm. I think it's like 2000.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's because I find that when I see both of you at the level of your craft that you are both at, it's amazing to see how far you have come, and I find that that's in your commitment level. So at what point in your life that you said, you know what, this is it. This is me. And I've heard some of your stories, Karen, but the rest of the world hasn't. But at what point in your life where you put pen to paper and said, you know what, this is it?
That was back in 2010 when I had gone taking my first trip to Ghana, dealing with artists and art lovers with Poncho. And so prior to that, dealing with my job, it took about a year. So I was working for the state, and I was one of those employees, come to work on time, plenty of vacation time, plenty of sick time, all that good stuff. And I asked for 3 weeks off, and it went back with HR for a very long time. It took them about a year to send me a message to say that it was not conducive to the company's needs for me to be able to go on a vacation for 3 weeks. So I said, so at that time, I actually had to make a decision. And so I put in my 2 weeks, and they were quite surprised when I put in the 2 weeks to go. And then they send me a message that says, whenever you want to come back, you can come back. Well, why would you just let me have the 3 weeks off? It didn't make sense. But I think that, when that old saying, be careful what you ask for because you may just get it. Mm-hmm. So I have been asking for it, like I want to be a full-time, artist, so on and thus forth. And I'm sitting here playing tug of war of, I'm having this opportunity to begin this journey, but I'm still trying to hold on to this full-time job. So it kind of had to be like, what are you planning on doing? And so that's what happened. That's how it worked. And so I got back from the continent. I was unemployed. And then Pancho called and says, okay, well, you know, you're unemployed. What's your story? What are you going to do? So I had to do a lot of, you know, still working in clay, but trying to figure out what the direction I was trying to go in. And when I was going into museums and to galleries, the thing that I saw, well, I didn't see was us. And it's and I wanted to create this body of work where we could see us, and so that African Americans could appreciate their beautiful features and not be controlled or dictated by society telling us what we needed to do, what kind of hair we need to buy, what kind of lipstick we need to buy, you know, what kind of clothes we need to buy, just being okay with you. Because I think it takes a long time for people to be comfortable in their own skin. But if they see something or see a piece of artwork or a piece of sculpture that, you know, they're coming into, like, I'm, you know, liking themselves. I'm not saying all dislike. I'm just saying that sometimes we allow the outside world to whisper in our ear and not just be us.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You have something to add, Deborah?
Well, my story is, I don't think I chose it. I think it chose me, because I was in pursuit of art and didn't know the path. Because when my journey started, I wasn't even creating. I was in corporate America. And I left. I just left. And started seeking teachers, instructors, anybody that would show me anything. Because I really didn't formally go to school for art, you know. So I just decided corporate America couldn't tell me what I was worth. I decided corporate America couldn't tell me how much I was going to make. If I made a lot or if I made none, it was all going to be on my choices. So when I moved to Los Angeles, I was working for the major gas company there. And I met someone that was teaching, but that class was during the day when I was working. So I asked for a demotion. I was in an office, you know, air conditioning, cozy job, and I took a position to read the gas meters. Because when I heard that you got an 8-hour book, whenever you finish that book, that's when your day was over. I mastered that job, and I was reading an 8-hour book in 4 hours. I was jumping fences, running from dogs, but the prize at the end was I was going to get to go to my art class. Mm-hmm. So that's how my art career started. Probably maybe 6 months after that, I was on my route and got hit by a car. It was a hit and run. Wow. So I was forced to be on disability, but that disability opened the doors for me to pursue art at a full-time pace instead of a part-time.
Wow.
So,
wow. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here to tell that story, Deborah. Wow.
I didn't know about that story, but then, you know, that's a part of my journey.
Right.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
to see how you guys transcended into your career, because that I find like it's coming out of one thing, because I've heard Karen's story and I was just like, that was such an amazing faith step. And I don't know if everybody would have been able to make that faith step.
And speaking on faith, I think most artists have more faith than anybody on the planet.
Yes, they do. We are some of the prayingest people.
Girl, we have to have. You're right. Like we all in there. especially when you get on the road trying to go to a show.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, you said a prayer before you go, a prayer when you get there, a prayer when you sit, stand, prayer standing up. Oh.
I mean, you praying all the way there.
God, let me not fall asleep behind this wheel.
Right? Yes. I mean, some kind of praying. Yes.
Some kind of prayer. Well, we got another artist that came into the room. Michelle. I told you Michelle was messaging me up in Facebook because I have my window open up there.
Hey, Michelle.
And, sorry about that.
How are you doing today?
I know. It's good to have you here, Michelle. We are just sharing as women of creative quarantine. And one of the questions I did ask, as being a woman, and being a part of the creative quarantine, but Deborah, I want to before I get there, because I don't want to forget, you were a part of one of the actual physical in the building creative quarantines as a woman. What was that like?
It was fun, because these 4 artists, Gwendolyn Redburn, Leopold Brown, Charles Bibbs, and me. And we just embraced it and had fun with it, I did my first dumpster diving in LA with Gwendolyn Redburn. Looking for found objects to work with, and it was new to me, and I just spoke it up, Being in the room with other artists working around the clock, it's great, and I just hope we can get back to the point where we can do that.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Yeah.
I know. So then you guys were all looking forward to actually being in a physical location all together, because I know everybody on this screen right now, Michelle, Karen, you guys all have other responsibilities. And so what would that have been for you, having being able to close up lockdown, and just, would you have still been having some of those obligations, or would you just, I'm fully locked in?
I mean, I think that
I had other obligations in Los Angeles because I had just gotten commissioned to work with this firm on a hotel job. Mm-hmm. So I was the one to supply the artwork. So I had to gel that in with the creative quarantine. I had responsibilities because I took on that commission, and I was in the creative quarantine because I wasn't gonna miss out on that. So I had to just learn how to gel those two together.
Absolutely.
And
yeah. I think
I tell everybody there's a solution to every problem. You just gotta figure it out.
Absolutely, Deborah. That's exactly what it is. My thing is that we are all able to learn how to balance. If you write it down, figure it out. And so that you can make sure that you can do, or do what Louisa said, live out loud. So it's planning. It's planning, and so that it gels together.
Yeah.
And how about you, Michelle? What would have been your?
I had 2 different responsibilities, like for like illustration clients and stuff. I put a boundary that I would not be working in January, that even for longer term projects that I was doing over the course of months, I told them they would not receive any updates during the month of January. And then what was it? But when it was supposed to be in person, we actually were looking into like getting childcare, and my husband was going to be taking over at night, and I was expecting to find a place in Springfield, whether or not it was provided, so that I could be separate for a little while, because otherwise, things just, they creep, and it's really, really hard to make boundaries about like, this is my work time, this is my living time when you're working from home. The solution has been to work in a separate space, but it's it can be kind of challenging sometimes because it's a little bit easier, I think, to be in a different space, even with a young kid, and then come back and then like make sure that my time is dedicated, the time that I'm back is dedicated to my kid. So we probably would have had like, you know, a few nights a week where like I would come home for a couple of hours and then go back. But it's been challenging to balance.
Yeah. That's another question I wanted to ask is because we're not quarantining outside of our homes, which means that there has to be a certain level of discipline. Do you find it harder because you're not outside of your home? Do you find it harder? Are there physical distractions and limitations to doing this creative quarantine in your home?
Well, my background is culinary arts, and it is this thing that they have say, everything has a place and time. And so being that my background is this of, you know, culinary, hotel, restaurant management, you know, business, you know, it was a great benefit that I learned this before. And so that I knew how to adjust my time. And so, and I think that, I think for me, this is for me, when you love what you do, you're going to do everything possible to, you know, to adjust that time so that you can get into that studio for those few hours that you'll be able to get in. Mm-hmm. But in the realm of medium that I work in, clay waits for no man. So you do have to, you know, you can control it, but you also have to bend it to your will to make sure that it does what it's supposed to do. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because you have several things that you do, right? And because you also still teach, right? And so, because I know a lot of times I'm like, where's Karen going? We'll be on at 4, and Karen's like, I'll be back at 9.
Right. Because I have to teach because, you know, that is my income. Mm-hmm. As well as being here is my income. But these are people that I have been dealing with, and they're 40 people, and they need me too. And so I want to make sure that they get everything that they need as far as creativity, because that is what everybody needs, some type of outlet of creativity. Mm-hmm. So
that's what I love, because I know one of the things I had touched on was family, like the family, the husband, the children. But in reality, you have children.
Yeah, I do.
It may not be your physical children, but you have a serious responsibility, because you and I have talked, and I know your heart towards what you are imparting, which is what we do to our own physical children. But you literally encompass, you're like that piece I was doing, mother of all, mm-hmm. Where you literally have children, and you have a responsibility, and you have an obligation, and you feel that deeply. It's not something that is not a deep feeling. You know, it's not, it's like, you know, I go into my job and blah, 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 blah. No, you have a motherly connection mm-hmm. to these people and what you do.
Right. You know, and I want to make it memorable for them, because they're coming into a space that they're not aware of, you know, and how to connect, how to center this clay, how to hold this clay, how to manipulate the clay to your will, to create it, to be able to be proud to take this piece to your family. Because not only is it representing them, but it represents my teaching. You know, so I'm teaching something to someone that doesn't know anything about it or a little bit about it, and to be able to carry that in the world, you know, of being proud of that, it's gratifying.
Yeah,
it really is.
So, and how about you, Michelle? You have here. Let's bring Michelle over. So there, we have it. Look at this. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, look at that. We are. We're just missing one person, right? Hi, Kathleen. Kathleen has joined us. Kathleen, share a little bit. I'm just going to bring Kathleen in and share a little bit about what, you know, the creative quarantine and how just being a part of the creative quarantine. What is that like for you?
Well, it was exciting for me when I was accepted, or asked to join and accepted, because I was looking forward to meeting with other artists, primarily African-American artists, who shared a passion for area that I also shared. So I was looking forward to having the conversations, to sharing ideas. And then the COVID hit, and the quarantine turned into a virtual experience rather than an in-person physical experience. So it was, I was still looking to be able to have that exchange with people that didn't seem to happen right away. So gradually, I think over the time, there's becoming an opportunity to actually be with each other in kind of a private space to have conversation. And I was looking forward to challenging myself to, or not so much challenging myself as much as expanding my my work with the clay. I had known of other people who had other polymer clay artists who had worked with paint and polymer. I had not done that. I kind of felt like it was cheating. But the opportunity to do that came about through the creative quarantine process. So
sort of like hand building, like what Aaron talked about with the polymer clay, more sculptural pieces. But how was, with that thought process, how did you guys fare when the show turned virtual?
I was
When the show what?
When it turned virtual, because you guys had signed up for a physical show, correct?
Yeah, so
everybody had signed up for a physical show.
I have been involved.
Physical. Everybody had originally signed up for a physical. We're going to be locked in quarantine. What was your thought process when it turned virtual?
I have been involved with a number of community groups where virtual meeting has taken place. So I'm used to meeting with people online through Zoom particularly, although one of the committees I'm on, we meet through Google Meets. So I'm familiar with the process of being in different places together at the same time.
Well, but this is a little different, and so I get that part. But this is also a little different because this isn't just being in a place, and this question is for all of you all. This isn't just being in a different place. This is, and I know what meetings are like and things like that, and when any of you answer, what happened? Like, this was actually supposed to be a physical show. You guys were actually supposed to be in a place, locked in, all 12 together. What I'm looking for is what was your first thought? And I want your very first thought. What was your first thought when they said, look, Michelle's like, me. Michelle. So I'm going to bring Michelle over here so I can bring her up when she asks, what was your first thought when this show took a virtual turn?
I panicked, honestly. I thought that I was going to have to drop. I told my husband, and he was like, we're going to make it happen. And I was like, how am I supposed to work and have a kid remote schooling at the same time? That's not, I mean, because especially at the time, Gabriel, there's nowhere, we don't have a sitter. There's nowhere to send Gabriel. And in COVID times, it's really hard to find a safe sitter. And and he was like, well, I'll watch Gabriel. And I was like, but it's
Mommy doesn't trust daddy. So, what was your first thought when it turned first?
I was excited. Either way, I was like, it was, I'm like, this is an opportunity. You make it work. Make it work. I'm an adapter. So whatever comes, I just go, okay, so what are you gonna do now? So I just started preparing stuff and thinking in advance of how much time do I need to create? Because again, I was going to be coming to an area, and I was going to have to find my equipment as far as clay. I would have had a bag of tools, but I had to think about clay, firing time, when I needed to finish. But now I just have the opportunity to do 6 different firings where I may have only been able to do 2 firings if I were in Massachusetts. So it was great.
You're like, whoopee! And Deborah, what about you? Because I know you have dealt with, you and Kathleen have dealt with the technical challenges, because you are, as Pancho's always saying, out there in the boondocks somewhere. And so what was your first thought?
Life has changed. I'm so used to having to change my mind, change this or change that. I was like, keep me posted.
Exactly.
Exactly. So I was, I was looking forward to being in Springfield because there's a family there that, their family has been friends with my family since my father and their father were little. We were looking for boys. So I was like, I get to, go visit them. And I went to kindergarten in Boston. I was thinking maybe I could go to Boston because I went to kindergarten, first grade in Boston, and, get to just experience new things. But, it didn't happen this time, but it can happen later.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I went to school up in Providence. So me on that Bonanza bus going to Boston, loved it. And so I was looking for, some cod and, Portuguese barbecue and all that good stuff. So I was excited. But, my thing is, I'm not disappointed either way, Yeah,
we're still together.
Yes, we are still together.
Exactly. Oh, I'll be honest, I was very happy it was virtual.
You were very what?
I was very happy. I was very, very happy. Because you have to understand that I live in a virtual world anyway. I'm one of those artists that if literally I didn't have children, you would never see me. And so I'm a firm believer that God gives me children for that reason. Because if I didn't give her children, she would never come out. She would just be in there, And so I was very happy. And I found out during the Beauty of Life Fire, the concert we talked about it, I'm like, man, I would love to do that. I would love put me down, Pancho. And how you joke about stuff, be like, put me down. I want to do it. And then it was coming up, and I was like, yeah, don't forget me, And Pancho was like, put you on the list. And so, but I'll be honest, I'm one of those people, y'all would have been too much in the room for me.
Too much what?
Too much in the room for me. You know what I'm saying? To be in the environment. And I literally, now, I could be in a room with you guys all day. But because I didn't know anybody other than Pancho and Madonna, it would have been like, I don't know these people, but I'm a very outgoing person, but I'm also a very private person. And so it would have been my first, I would have came in as the personality that you see. But when he said it was virtual, I was like, yay, this is fantastic. So yes, I this was virtual. Go ahead, Christine.
Yeah, so you asked about people's entry into their creative life.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to share my story.
Okay.
I had been working with polymer clay, thinking this was perhaps my vehicle for turning my art into an income producing source. And I was having some success, but not a lot of success. And in the fall one year, I learned about exhibit at the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, the longest running exhibition of African American art in the country takes place at that museum. Black creativity. And so I applied with one of my heart boxes. And then on my birthday, I opened my email, and there was an email from the museum. Dear artists, congratulations, your work has been accepted. And so on my birthday, I learned that in the place of my birth, my art was going to be exhibited at a national museum that had the longest running exhibition of African American art in the country. And I was included in that number. So it made me think, I think I'm onto something.
It's like I'm on to something. So I want to share, because I know everybody on this screen has a meeting to go to at 1 o'clock, and we're coming up on that time. But I want you guys to share with me, what advice would you give an artist that is looking to not only pursue a career, making this their career? And because a lot of times artists will see where some artists are, and they're like, I want to be like that. I want to be there. And a lot of times younger artists, it's like, you want to be here, but then you want to put in the work to get there. So what artists like, I want to be where Karen is. I want to be where Karen is. I want to be where Deborah is. I want to be where you guys are. What advice would you give a young artist who is in pursuit of where you are?
Well, for me, I say to anyone who's getting or thinking about doing this, I think the biggest thing is that you need to make sure that you have a foundation of support. So whether it be your mom, your dad, your whole family, you have to have a positive group of people who are going to be around you, but also be very honest with you. I also think that you need to make sure that you are, if this is what you want to do, this is your priority, so take it very seriously, because you have a gift that's been given to you. Think about your finances and what your needs and your wants are. Practice. And when you think you've done practicing, practice some more. Research, whatever it is that you need to do, find different techniques of your body of work, and just enjoy the journey that you're about to take, and make sure that whatever you learn, you share it with someone else.
Thank you so much. As you guys make your comments, you can go ahead over to your other meeting, because I know you got to go. So
bye.
Bye, Karen. All right, Laura, you go ahead. Yes. What would you share with another young artist?
I think my first advice would be to tell them to believe in yourself and to know that you can do it. Because you're going to have a lot of obstacles, you're going to have a lot of setbacks, but you have to know that, whatever decision you make, don't judge yourself, don't beat yourself about it because stick with that decision, because the reason that you want to do this is a gift anyway. You know, art has opened so many doors for me that if I had stayed where I was, I wouldn't have experienced the things that I experienced because I was an artist. So it's a different world than what normal people live. So, you know, you got to find your happiness and follow it, because if you decide not to do it, I think, and to do it responsibly, you have to do it responsibly, and you have to be disciplined, you know, and you have to understand that art has a life of its own, and it leads you. You know, you're just a follower. When you try to give up, you got to give up that intro, you know, for that art life to open up for you. But it'll take you to places that, you know, you're going to love that it took you there. Just be responsible about it.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be re-looking at all of this and all of you all's life. So just know that. So Michelle, what do you tell young artists today?
I would say that other artists are not your competition. Like if you feel jealousy, you need to like get rid of that, because honestly, I've learned more. Like, other artists have been my teachers, and other artists, like, when a high tide floats all boats. You know, by being friends with other artists at my level and whatnot, we're able to send jobs back and forth. If I can't do something, but I know someone, I can recommend them. And those relationships are gold, and they need to be treated like gold. And then the second is that as an artist, you have to get used to failure, both in, if you're going to try new things, you're going to fail at them, and that's okay. And in fact, like, the more you fail, the more progress you're probably making, even though it feels bad. And then the second is, if you're going to apply places, you're going to, like, there are only so many slots for any particular thing. You're going to get rejection letters. And then you can't let a rejection letter, no matter how much you want that particular thing, you can't let that stop you. And you also can't put all of your heart in one letter. You have to send many applications, not just one.
Mm-hmm. So thank you. My advice. No. What was your last thing? I missed that.
Oh, about the what is it? You can't put all of your heart in one acceptance letter. So, like, you can't apply one place and then be like, this makes and breaks it. You know, this one place is the only way I'll be an artist. Like, you just send lots of acceptance, and accept that, like, your path's not going to be linear, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, Kathleen. Words
So
of
I
wisdom.
So along with all the wisdom that has already been told, I want to just make a comment about Michelle's last statement. I once met an author, a writer, who had published a book, and he was at a literary convention or a literary conference talking about his book. And this author had been rejected 68 times. 68 times before his book was finally published. So yes, don't count on one rejection letter. Don't be discouraged by 2 rejection letters. Please don't be discouraged by 10 rejection letters. So I wanted to say that. And then also, do the thing you love and the money will come. Follow your passion, follow your heart. Don't let people tell you that, I was going to say, don't let people tell you can't do it. And please don't let people tell you can't do it. But continue to find ways to do what you love.
Well, thank you, ladies. This has been quite enlightening. Being able to share with you guys. I see Karen's still down there in the background. I thought she had ran out. Oh, to the back up there. She's still here.
The meeting was canceled.
What?
Yes. So you have to. It's going to be rescheduled.
I didn't get a message saying no meeting was canceled. I'm gonna call Poncho.
I checked my email.
Is it because we were late?
No, probably not.
What?
People in the Zoom. So
we're the most popular about 20 minutes. But today, right now, for this session, it's staying fairly cool.
It must be girl time.
Hey, Buster, how are you?
When I had my own phone, I used to put ice cubes if I had to do like a Skype call or something. they do have like,
It was
yeah. I've even tried doing things behind it because my old phone was terrible.
Yes, my phone doesn't heat. It doesn't heat up when I'm on Zoom calls. I was saying earlier, I do the jurying for artwork for teenagers all over the state of Massachusetts for this national competition. And this year we did it virtually. And I was on that, doing that jurying process on Friday for 5 hours on Zoom and had no problem.
Mm-hmm.
But 20 minutes on the StreamYard calls have heated up my phone such that it shuts out in about 20 minutes.
I wonder if there's another element to it too. So, but I don't want to keep you ladies because I have so enjoyed spending this time with you, me and my mini-me. Because you can see, that's my mini-me. Me and my mini-me have enjoyed, right? Everybody point to the mini-me, and everybody point in that direction. The mini-me. We have enjoyed that. We have enjoyed just spending this time with you guys. I want you to know, you are amazing women and strong women. And to be able to do something like this and tells me and shows me the commitment to your craft that you have to say, I'm going to take a full month and I'm going to work on my craft and this is what I'm going to do. So I salute all of you and I thank you for being a part of the show, and I look forward to just spending more time with you guys and creating and all of that kind of stuff. So if you have some parting words, make them now because I'm closing out.
I do. So here, my work has been included in this publication.
Okay.
It's called The American Artwork, Carefully Curated Original Art and Craft. So the publisher of this called me up one day and said, I saw your work and I want you to be included in this publication. So this is the second year that that I've been included.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Nice. Wonderful.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much for sharing that. All right, Deborah, you wanted to share something?
Can this be the filming that we are supposed to contribute every day? I want this to be mine.
She wants this to be her film.
Want this to be your what?
She wants this to be her content for the day. Is that what you're saying, Deborah? You want this to be your content for the day? I love it. Does anybody else want this to be their content for the day? Karen, are you?
No, I'm just joking. I just wanted to give a shout out to KY Buster, because she's keeps popping up saying, "Hey girls," and she said congratulations to Kathleen. So, hey KY Buster, that's Karen Y Buster, who's a renowned artist also. So you guys got to check her out too. She's an amazing artist. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Yes, we definitely just thank you so much for being a part of hanging out with us, Karen. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Thank you for having us.
Hung out with us. I know, I didn't rush everything out, but thank you guys for hanging out and being a part of what we're
living
doing. And you guys are awesome. I just want you to know that you guys already know where awesomeness lies, and that's why I wanted you on the show, because to me, you guys are the the emphasis of living out loud.
Thank you.
You guys are, and that is within itself a lot to be these strong-minded women. I know we're in this big I am woman world these days, but you guys go beyond that. And that's not what I see. I just see women living their lives in a creative flow and loving what they do and not taking from anybody in the process, but giving everything. And that's what I do. Those are the kind of women that I want to be around, where it's like I don't have to take from anybody to be who I am. And I am so blessed to be able to be a part of this creative quarantine with each of you. And I just want you to know that I feel incredibly blessed to be able to share and be a part of this with you.
And thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. We're gonna close out. Michelle, were you trying to say something?
Just thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna close out with, show my video. Fantastic. I totally enjoyed that video. Poncho, what are you hiding on me? Ryan off. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I'm trying to catch up with LaShawn. See, I'm not LaShawn is slick.
I know, because when I called you, I was like, are we playing this whole video? I should have known you all was back there doing that.
Well, LaShawn loved it. I actually got a couple pieces done while y'all were talking, so it's fantastic.
That's why you said, oh no, Louise, let it play. Let the video play.
Yeah, let it run to the credits.
Yeah, but you missed the credits.
Excellent interview.
You missed the credits.
No, I saw it before. I looked at it earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got to remember we're on a task here. I did exactly what I was supposed to do.
Oh, so you ran through the credits. But yeah, I really enjoyed interviewing them and loved hearing Deborah's story and of how they all started in their field and started their artistic journey. I really, really enjoyed that. That was so I really enjoyed that.
It was really nice hearing all you ladies, tell your stories.
I know. I gotta have a ladies. I'm gonna have everybody here. I only have everybody here. Bring them all here.
Sounds good.
I know.
It's unlimited room to do anything.
I know. That's why I'm excited about it. I'll be glad when this quarantine thing is over.
Everybody will be, darling. You definitely ain't by yourself. And it's going to be so many people breaking and do the things that they're used to doing. So
they break it. They'll be running out of the house. They'll be all like, shh.
I got
running out of the house, shedding clothes.
Got a little video here from our friend Lorraine McAlpine. So we're going to play that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mountain range. This gives us an idea, it gives me an idea of what the colors are going to be. It's going to be the sunset. I don't know if anyone that's ever been to the Caribbean, they have, I think it's Jamaica, that they take you on this little tour to a place where it's a gorgeous sunset and you really watch the sun go down one step at a time. And then all of a sudden it's gone. So next we're going to do the water. I'm not going to make it as dark as the water would be, just putting a cover of paint on the canvas. You know, this is basically doing a painting without really having a lot of reference. We're just doing it. For something like this, you really don't need a whole lot of reference because we've all seen the ocean. Seeing at night is absolutely gorgeous. Okay. Next, we'll do the actual beach. And remember, it's nighttime, so the beach is going to be dark. Actually, I can almost leave it this black. I think we'll take. More beach here. because this is the underpainting, the colors that I'm using aren't that important, but at the end of the day, some of the color will probably come through, which will be good. And we want that. I know. This is beach. And as you can see, when I paint, rather than just painting straight, I like to, move the brush around and get some movement in it. I think that's what I like most about the paintings that I do. And it's really a matter of if I like it. So I think we're going to leave it here, and we'll pick up next with the next stage of this, which will be the next layer of color. With oils, it's layering, thin layers of color until you finally reach the point that you want to be at. So. Just make it darker. Even darker here. I keep forgetting red. That's what I really want here, this red. I'm trying to get this so that it's not, I don't see the brush strokes ending. Oh, that's looking really good. It's important to step back and stand back and take a look just so that you see where you are with these things. I'm not going to paint this sunset until the last thing so that I make sure that it's a different color than the colors that I have in the sky. I think I'm very happy with the sky. I think I'm going to leave it alone. And what we'll do in the next session is we'll work on the ocean. Just see. Maybe I'll do the sun since we have a little time. Doing this just so that when I paint over the mountains, there's still some light that is going to look as though it's coming from the sun going down. So it's a little messy now, but I'll paint over that when I paint the mountains. Good. All right. Well, this is it for this segment. The next one we'll move down.
Well. We got artists in the studio. It's about that time. How y'all doing out there?
Wonderful.
Doing fantastic.
Frankie's work is amazing.
Frankie is working it out. What's going on, Ryan? Well, thank you, Carla Jones. That's real positive stuff. We need that. I really appreciate you sharing that notion with us. We appreciate that.
Got a team Frankie.
That's right. Got lots of Team Frankies going on. That's right. We're cheering our man on. So, what's going on, Ryan? Ryan got his mic off. He's like off camera. He's kind of quiet today.
I
think he forgot. Oh, his microphone was off. I got your microphones, Ryan. How you doing, man?
Good. Just running the cricket.
Well, I think 6 crickets got ordered while the show's been going on.
Really?
So what's been happening, man? What's how you feeling on day 19?
Pretty good. My roommate's moving out tomorrow, so I'm gonna get some more studio space.
Ryan then got to work and
you already know who that is. That's LaShawn and his
LaShawn working it out.
We gotta go on his mic like quick because he'll burn everybody's ears out with that hair dryer he stole from a hotel somewhere. I know. The Hyatt is no, not even the Hyatt. The Motel 6 is missing their hair dryer.
I'm loving that piece he's doing though. I gotta see.
Yeah, those are looking really nice. Can you hold that up for us?
Can you hold it up? Wow.
Oh wow.
Yeah, from where he was yesterday.
I know. That's crazy.
Moving and grooving. I love it.
Is that one coming to me?
I think LaShawn has got he's got his own little flow for this. He might be holding one for you.
Oh, look at wow.
Yeah, you are on fire, Mr. LaShawn Beal.
LaShawn, you make me want to go and take out some what is it? Oh wow.
Very, very nice stuff, Mr. LaShawn Beal.
Thank you, sir.
Karen's over there waving.
That's right. What's up, Karen?
Karen.
Karen got
it. LaShawn. LaShawn.
You can't wave. You can't wave while LaShawn's giving his portfolio review. That's not how it works.
He over there like this.
You just had a whole.
Wow,
you had a whole hour of womanhood. Now you gonna barge in waving on LaShawn Beal.
She was just in agreement. She wanted hers too.
I know. I like that shirt though, Karen.
No, those are amazing, LaShawn. Make me want to break out the what is it? The not the Fimo, what
the Sculpey.
Make me want to break out the Sculpey, man.
No, those look really
Don't
hot.
Want it, do it. Don't talk about it, Louise. Be about it.
Yeah, there's only 12 days left, baby. You got time. I'm about to cast me some more masks.
I know. No. Because I have all my molds here. So I was thinking, let me cast something.
Yeah, I'm going to be casting as soon as my material get here.
I got my molds here.
I found me some Onyx Smooth On a resin that takes 2.5 minutes to set.
Really?
You got to mix that quick, dump it, and then boom.
Yeah, I'm gonna order. I think I'm gonna cast me something. Now, are you going to paint on the resin?
Yes. Why are you waving your hand, Karen?
I'm trying to put my hand up so I can say something.
Oh, come on in, baby. We're gonna do you one better. How you go? Boom.
You got to do the big family talking.
What you got? What you got, Karen Clark?
Okay. What I'm saying is, while you casting, can I come up and cast too? I want to play with casting.
Yeah, bring some molds with you, but you gotta bring some resin too. Order some resin before you won't have time to get any.
I'm gonna order me some more resin because I was thinking just the other day I want to pour into some of these molds I have here.
Yeah, I pulled all my old casts out. I got about maybe 3 or 4 of them. And I'm going to do shallow pours. I'm not going to do the whole mask that I normally do.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do a shallow pour that's about maybe 2 inches max.
I'm gonna do. I wish I had.
Yes, Miss Karen. Yes, Miss Karen.
Okay, so I just wanted to say hi to Ryan because Ryan's here, and I can't see who the other person is. Who else is here?
There's Ryan. There's
Me. I'm here.
Sheldon just came into the fold.
Oh, Sheldon.
Okay.
You know, so we got
Hey,
a few
Ryan.
folks.
Hey, Sheldon.
Hey, how's it going?
They showing up for the paint hour.
It is the paint hour.
Yeah, because
wait. We got to correct that. They're showing up for the artistic hour because Karen is up in here clay making, baby.
Well, you know what I'm getting ready to do? I'm getting ready to dye this. So I got to get a bucket to dye because these are the handles for the teapots.
How does that work? Can you explain how that works, Karen?
Are you going to do a video on that, Karen?
I am going to do a video on it because it takes a minute for it to happen. So it's brittle, soak it in water, and then it becomes pliable. And then I can actually mold it into the handle that it needs to be. And so it kind of looks like this. And then I wrap the sides of it, but not all of this. This will do maybe 4 teapots.
It's bamboo.
No, this is there you go.
Okay.
So when you pour, it's like that. So getting ready to put those together. So I'm putting it in my mind. Sometimes, I look at pieces and I'm like, I'm feeling very like I need to get ready to dive into the deep end. And that's
Well, Karen, I'll be honest. We like when you do these projects because then maybe we could catch up.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. It looked like LaShawn already caught up. Go ahead, player.
I know. Yeah, we haven't been able to slow him. We haven't been able to slow that brother down yet.
All right, we got a couple of questions I need to address. People are asking questions about what kind of resin. I am using a Smooth On, which is a casting company. They make nothing but casting supplies. I'm using Smooth On Onyx resin, which is a very hard, fast driving resin. I think Karen is for the first time, having technical difficulties.
I'm like, what? Some more magic is happening?
Mr. Beal is cranking them out, y'all.
Hey, y'all. I was watching the video last night of the first quarantine.
Oh, yeah.
And it just motivated the hell out of me. I said, oh no, I got to get my stuff together.
Yeah, I looked at that list that I've created that year, and I'm like, wow, but we got to remember now, I was fully quarantined then.
Yeah.
It's a big difference, but I plan on still putting a dent in it. There's Karen. She's back in it.
She had a hand up.
What was the question that somebody asked?
It was about resin.
We're trying to figure out what's going on with your phone today.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're having one of these.
One of those. Yeah. So who else we have? We haven't greeted my man Sheldon. Everybody say hello to Sheldon.
Hey, Sheldon.
Hey, Sheldon.
How's it going?
Sheldon's not showing his face today. Just a piece of red.
He's only showing fingernails and
the top of his pad.
No art.
We don't get to see your shell today, Sheldon.
No,
we don't get to see that hat. I know what's wrong. Sheldon got the hair out. When Sheldon do this, he got the hair out.
Mr. Sheldon, we got to see some art on the screen. We got to see some art on the screen, brother. That's he got 2 pairs of glasses lined up. No sketch pad view.
Sheldon said he got all his sketching utensils.
He got the art look down, but we need to see some art, brother. Some art. And we are waiting for a finished piece to start your portfolio.
Come on with it, Sheldon. You got it.
What'd you say, Sheldon?
You got what now?
I got about 9 finished pieces.
Send them. We need to get this thing started, man. Send me some pics.
You know we're going to be selling art on Friday.
Yeah, we need to see some pics.
All right.
And if we don't have it by Wednesday.
So what up
tomorrow?
That's like Wednesday night. We got to have those photographs.
Right.
We set a deadline in.
Quite a few artists have already turned in work, so we're gonna go with what's turned in. We just got to get some specs from some people. But if you are trying to get some art in the sale, got to get me some pictures
by Wednesday night.
Get them updates in.
Wednesday night.
I wanted to.
Go ahead, Karen.
Oh, I said I wanted to show you guys what was in the kiln, but it's too hot. It's 400 degrees.
What?
So I'm
Well,
mad.
girl, put the UV glove on and take that 400. Take that.
Pull a Louise Cutler.
You know, pretend like your kiln is Kathleen's oven. Take them out like some that daggone LaShawn and his dryer. It's like having
Sean, you and that dryer.
Yeah.
Hey, LaShawn is the epitome of a worker. He's like, dry faster, dry faster.
How much time would it take to get the temperature where you need it, where you can handle it?
Probably about 2 more hours. So I unplugged the spy holes, so that's going to vent it out. So it's like at 341, and probably about 20 minutes it'll get to like 300, but 200 is where you really want to go. Otherwise, you shock it too bad, and it'll start cracking and pinging and stuff. So
if you guys for another 2 hours,
we can wait.
So if you
want to do a night shift tonight, we can. We
hang out with us, Karen.
We did 5 hours yesterday.
I mean, even Deborah hung out last night.
If you want to do a late reveal, you can do a late reveal.
Yeah, because Deborah was with us all night long last night.
What is
right.
what is all night long?
No, we went all night, but we worked till about 11 yesterday. We did 5 hours yesterday.
Okay, all right, but yeah, so yeah, definitely that. Hopefully, it will be. But what was I going to say? Just a lesson for you guys is just, or for people, is that did you guys know that when you buy a piece of pottery and you sit down and if you listen very quiet, it pings all the time. So if you ever sit down, you hear ting, that is the clay still settling. But if I pull it out right now while it's still hot, it'd be like ping, 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 ping. Yeah. So anyway.
I want to hear that. I want an example of that ping.
I'm gonna be listening for my ping every day.
Well, you gotta sit.
We got a full house tonight.
I know. Miss Jedrick then walked in the house.
Hey, Deborah.
I'm surprised with myself.
Deborah's not surprising anybody. Deborah just don't want to be behind anybody. That's why she over here working through the night.
Nah, she is. Y'all don't be fooled by Deborah Shedrick. She's like,
I know. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you.
He's like Pepe Le Pew. She'll be passing everybody on her own pace.
Okay. Oh, well, here, Pancho, this is cheap one. This is cheap acrylic, right?
Let me see what you got there. It's when it says Premiere, you can bet it's cheap.
Hey.
Straight up.
Acrylic dolls, don't use it.
Hey, how much did you pay for that? That big 8 ounce tube.
How much you paid for?
8 ounce tube. How big was it? Was $7?
That's a big tube for what? How much you paid for?
$5.99.
$5.99. I've had it. It's old, but I've had it.
Oh, it's good. It's
Girl, you're not even gonna get any. You're not even gonna get any color out of that. It's just gonna come on clear.
I implore you not to do the alcohol resist with that.
No, that's why I was laughing. I was like, look at mine.
That's gonna come on. That's just gonna come on clear.
That's the kind of paint you use for edging your canvases. or palette knifing underneath as a base.
Yeah. So when you told me no cheap, I was like this. Ooh, I gotta buy some more. Because I had plenty of cheap stuff.
Well, cheap paint will make you want to go get some paint that's real.
Oh, I'm going. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get some paint that's real. All right. Well, I guess it's time for me to plow in.
We got to get ready to get this party started.
All right, let me go turn on the laptop.
Oh, before you go, somebody wanted to know.
I got a Sheba Maya presentation I got to do.
Somebody wanted to know the music that we're playing, so if you guys can put that down, let people know.
If what now?
About the music that we play in the background, people wanted to know what that was.
I will. I can tell you as a shortcut that we are using copyright cleared music. We're paid for licensing by Epidemic Sound.
Epidemic Sounds. Okay.
All the tracks you hear are from Epidemic Sound, and I believe that Michelle Vigent is using another source for her music, but it's still copyright free. So far, we're doing pretty good.
Okay, cool.
Now we just need 2 more people on the side. Look at that.
Yeah, we gotta fill that pyramid. That's the all 9 artists, man. Woo!
It's a story.
But you already know somebody ain't gonna show.
Wait a minute. Bam. Louise right there.
Oh gosh. Yeah, Poncho's gonna put a second window up too.
All right, then there we go.
All right, y'all. Here we go. Miss Sheba Maya is getting ready to do her thing.
Aww.
Greetings, friends. Welcome to another installment. Today's episode, I again used artist Karen Clark's artwork for inspiration. And I also kind of thought about doing another still life and kind of brought those 2 ideas together. This is one of the artists that I am planning to collaborate with in the Creative Quarantine residency, and this is actually really my idea of a collaboration. I'm really grateful to her for allowing me to use her imagery in my artwork in some capacity. So in my sketches in last episode, I was kind of just trying to understand what it was that I loved about the work, what was making it do its thing, what was I responding to, and how did she do it? I was trying to pick apart how she did it. Like, what is it that makes it so amazing? I got to figure this out. And because I've been drawn to her work for so long. I've been a fan, and I just find her work so incredibly magical. And I was like, well, what makes it so magical? And what about that can I apply to my own work? And within our collaboration. Also, I'm thinking, I want to become more acquainted with her work beyond just looking at it. I really wanted to study it hard, like really pick it apart. And I remember when I was in college, I had an exercise or a homework assignment where I had to find a piece of artwork that I really enjoyed and copy it and do my best. And I thought it was a lame lesson, but I learned so much. And it was funny because I picked something that I thought would be really easy, and it turned out to be really complicated. But I learned like so much about color theory by doing this process of trying to figure out how this artist did it. And ever since, that's what I did when I studied art. So in this case, I was doing some sketches last time and kind of putting my own flavor in it. This time, I really wanted to stay as close to the reference as possible. Last time, I was looking for images on Google of her artwork that were kind of living in their environment in their studio because I don't know, energetically, I just thought this is more natural. This is where they belong. To me, it just felt different than looking at pictures from a studio shot that would belong in a portfolio. But when I went back to Google to look for something for this still life, I was drawn to this vessel called the King. And it was funny because I rarely ever draw men. So I challenged myself off the break. Okay, I'm going to have to concentrate and make sure that this portrait really looks like the portrait that I'm seeing, that it looks masculine. And that it's true to Karen's way of creating portraits, and that I do not impose my way of creating portraits. Karen has a more stylized way of working with her portraiture, and a lot of the vessels that I enjoy in her work. This one is no exception, but I think that it leans more towards realistic than the ones that I did yesterday. I think the other ones I did were a little more elongated, a little more exaggerated. But this one, I mean, it was just so powerful. It was just so powerful. So why was it so powerful? What was making this artwork sing to me? One thing that I did notice was that although a lot of the shapes around the figure, especially these geometric shapes, and even the expressions, there's all this. It comes across as simple, and that's not to make light of it. It comes across as elegantly simple. It's not cluttered. There's no excess. There's only what needs to be there. And it's pretty obvious. It's not too complicated. There's some spirals, and then there's this ribbon, but it's deceptive. It's deceptive. It is extraordinarily complex to keep this kind of balance and symmetry, and then within that symmetry, there's some very subtle nuances that put this energy to life. So it's not a mirror image that we're seeing here. There's some subtleties here that give it some asymmetry that kind of give this a little bit more punch. I think what else I like about this is that all of the shapes were organic, all of them. Even this very even the ones that seem more precise. This ribbon, for example, the width of all of the ribbons inside of it are very close to the same. Same with the spirals look very balanced. The way they are arranged is also quite balanced. But there's evidence of a hand touching it. You can tell this is not made by a machine, but a skillful hand. And that was something I enjoyed as well. That I could tell that this was precise yet organic. And I love that. So I want to make sure that that is obvious in my work. Like that's something I'm paying attention to. Same thing with the hair. The hair keeps it from being static. So even though there's this kind of mirror image in the facial features, the spirals keep it from being perfectly symmetrical. The hair keeps it from being perfectly symmetrical. So now we're leaning into things that are realistic as well. So that's another thought that I was kind of brought to, that yes, there is fantasy and realism going on at the same time. And the fantasy of it is so believable. And why is it so believable? Well, for one, this woman knows her facial anatomy. I mean, there's just no question. Even with all this stylization and taking far away from realistic and some of the more exaggerated examples, the musculature makes absolute sense. The bone structure makes sense. Everything about it makes sense. It's just, stretched. And so now I see how I can apply my own knowledge of facial anatomy, especially because I love portraiture so much, and transform it in different ways to take that into fantasy. That these kind of discoveries about her work are really exciting, like dissecting these things and then thinking about how I already apply these things to my work, but seeing how someone else does this in a different way made me kind of push my own ideas about how I could do this, the same things in my artwork differently. So I'm also thinking about how sculptural everything is because it's a sculpture. But this idea of in and out moving in space, I really love that, especially in the ribbon. I think that the ribbon, the evidence of this flip over, it kind of comes out at you as it twists over and under itself. I think that's brilliant. It's so pretty, and it was pretty hard to draw. It was hard to draw because I wanted it. Your brain wanted it to look like a mirror image, but it wasn't a mirror image. And then to get that swoop to make it look like it's coming off of the vessel and then back underneath of itself was pretty tricky. But it's lovely. It's very, very lovely to see that in her work and how thoughtful that was to place these items the way she did. I really want to talk to her to find out if the spirals were arranged. I'm sure they were placed purposefully. I'm wondering what the purpose was. But this idea that if I laid lines across this, I'm sure it would look like sacred geometry of some kind. And it made me think of, how in school, laying things out according to, the golden ratio, that sort of thing. If you're into art, you know what I'm talking about. That has proven itself time and time again to be a great way to lay things out and find balance within your work. But the idea that I could, also look up, sacred geometry and even just geometric forms that have that essence, that vibe, that just kind of have the feel of sacred geometry could serve as a way to lay things out in an interesting way. So, I learned a lot. I learned so much. And this was a lot of fun to work on. Other thoughts? Well, the future for this, I think, I will finish this up as a still life. I'm really resisting every urge to start adding different things. I just want to finish this up and learn as much as I can along the way. Other subtleties I'm noticing as this develops is how that disc underneath the chin just pushes back just subtly, just a little bit. Like these little subtle nuances this balance between fantasy and reality. I also realized that because this is a physical object, like this is her work is real. It's a real 3D object. It's not an illusion like a painting or a drawing on a 3D surface or on a surface on a 2D plane. It's so believable that something magical is here, and you just buy into it. You just buy into it, and so that the emotional response to that is exciting. I'm excited by how I feel every time I look at her artwork. And so this intention and purpose, when I talk to her, I'm realizing that, that's the whole point. That was her whole point, was to put, her sensibility into the work, her ability to commune with the ancestors, with the spirit world. All of that stuff is translated in her work, and this is what comes out the other end. I'm seriously impressed with this woman. I can't wait to get to know her more and build with her more, collaborate more when there isn't this time crunch on top of it, and it can be a little more casual. I'm really excited about the different ways we can put our artwork together and just learn from each other. Thank you so much, Karen, again, for letting me draw your work, include your work into my work. I think another future for this is to set this into the fantasy world. Right now, this guy's hanging out all by himself on this kind of, just empty space. And he might need an environment and a friend. I don't know. But thanks again, Karen. Gosh, check out Karen's work. It's just absolutely gorgeous. Karen Clark, thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna finish this up and I have some more work on the ribbons and the spirals, and kind of maybe smooth out the bottom of the vessel there. But I look forward to sharing more. This was so much fun. Okay, I'm done. Peace.
Ryan, we have a question. It says, is that piece inspired by Dr. King?
Am I muted? Can you hear me? It's not inspired by Dr. King. It's actually inspired by my experience taking mood stabilizers. I'd be interested to hear why you think that, though. Like, that's really interesting. Oh, well, thank you. I guess my face looks like Dr. King's then. 'Cause that is my face.
Just going through the motions, day by
Did I lose sound?
Your sound is good. You just muted.
I'm saying I can't hear the music.
It's trance music. You're looking for that beat.
Y'all ready? Y'all ready?
You know we ready. Ooh. okay. That is gorgeous. That is gorgeous.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, I remember this one. Now this is a bowl. This is a. There's a top to it. Ooh, I love that.
So now I have to touch it up with the color.
That top.
No, the piece itself with iridescent colors
Mhm.
and copper.
Oh, that was the teapot.
I had tons of these.
I know. I can't wait to see them all.
I can't wait to put them together.
Me too.
Here's a blue one. That's a blue.
Oh, oh yeah.
I like this blue.
Hold on, let me walk. I gotta walk over here so I can see.
Yeah, you did the same thing I did. I gotta look at this too. Oh, that's nice. That's hot.
Do you want to see the vase? Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw the vase.
Okay, cool. Doing that purple again.
Ooh, that matches. Oh, that's the closest purple I've seen you do so far.
That's a temperamental kiln. They don't play. All right.
Oh, I really like that.
What is that?
Those are
That's my
pins.
niece.
Oh, that's your niece? Oh, there you go. See?
Oh, ha 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 ha. That's cute. I thought a piece popped off.
No.
I thought it was one of her little tiny pieces.
That's kind of perfect for a pop off, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. Very perfect. Ooh.
Pancho, both our faces are sitting up there like we pressed against the window.
I know. This, in case you're watching, is a kiln opening, the second one by Karen Clark.
Yeah.
This is where you get to see all the surprises that she's taken the time to complete. And it's a treat. So I already got my eyes on a couple things. I hope y'all are being noteworthy.
I know. Oh, that's one of the pots. Ooh,
Nice.
it is nice.
I love the gap between that and that purple. That's hot.
Mm-hmm. That is beautiful, Karen.
That is super hot.
Thank you.
Karen, you're supposed to say, yes, it is. That's why I got my gloves on.
It is. You're so funny. Thank you.
They're getting hotter and hotter. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Nice.
I love those.
I love
oh my gosh.
The texture on that one is just awesome. So you actually fire them with the tops on them, huh?
Yeah. And then you just go tap, 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 and then go pop.
Right. Remember she said, you said don't tap it.
That don't try it at home kind of thing?
Mustard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's honey. But when you put it on different clays, it will change. So you see it right now where it's very strong. This is called speckled brown. So it has black manganese inside of it. And so that's what makes it darker. And then I'll show you what it looks like on a white body. And so that's why
baby.
And so this is what it looks like on a white body.
Oh wow, that's totally different.
Oh my goodness. Love it.
So thank you. The patina changes. on it because of the white body. So the whiter you get, the lighter it gets.
That's totally different. Karen, this just shows how really good you are. You don't have any drips.
Girl, I won't be playing with this stuff. Ooh.
I know. It just shows how good you are.
Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow. That is just
wow.
phenomenal.
Karen,
Look
how
at
much
that.
how much do those usually go for? Huh?
800.
And that's that honey color too?
That
Those
is
are really
super,
nice.
super awesome.
Wow.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I don't know. Did you guys see the I saw that oh my gosh. Sheba had done the piece in drawing. I actually have that piece in the studio. Did you want to see it in person?
Is that the one she drew yesterday?
Yeah. The king, I have it right here. Hold on. Ooh.
Oh, right. Wow.
Nice.
That's pretty fabulous, Karen.
How much is that one, Karen?
Bing, 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 bing. 2,800.
That is lovely. My goodness.
Thank you.
So did you paint those blues on there? What did you use for what did you use for that blue? That metallic blue?
The metallic blue, I use a pigment wax and then I spray it with a clear acrylic.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right. So, here are my gloves. Oh.
I was gonna say you don't have any gloves on. We done?
I thought you were going to show us the magic trick.
Hey, I thought she was gonna be like, I am Karen.
I had my finger on 911 already.
we all on here. We could have called.
Right.
Just like a lot of 911 calls.
I put stick stuff in there just to see what happens. So, just a mug. I have 2 more teapots, and then I'll put handles on them all tomorrow and the day after.
Those are so pretty.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, do you make cups to go with them, or is it just pots?
No.
Oh, you make the bigger cups. Okay, I love those.
Yeah, because this
that must not be 200 degrees.
No, that she did that one already. No, she's Karen. She's got the power.
She's a bad mama jamma.
Okay,
sucking
yes,
on
she is.
a 200-degree cup.
There you go.
No, they're not ready yet. But
nice.
Oh yeah.
So now
this is so much fun. The unveiling.
Now you know what's getting ready to happen.
What?
I thought we had a couple more hours left. I'm glad that I didn't miss it.
The last final piece.
You might need to be a little taller. Oh,
my niece.
I was gonna say that. Oh, that is sweet.
Very cute.
Yeah. Oh, look at you raising future.
Hey. All right, so now you know what's about to happen.
What?
Time to load it again.
Oh, you load it as soon as you take it out.
Oh yeah.
Well, the loading part, I don't think that's as fun as watching it.
That's what I was gonna say. We don't want to watch you load.
Oh, okay.
Everything looks all gray.
Karen, look, you know how it is when
we spoiled now.
When you put the Christmas tree up, and you all excited. The taking it down in this fun.
Right.
Only you're in the reverse, Karen.
Right. So now I just come in, and this is hard. This part is the hard part.
I figured as much because you have to it's like a jigsaw puzzle.
It's a jigsaw puzzle, and this is like, please don't crack, please don't break.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just go in and start loading. and then I start slowly raising it up to temperature.
But you put them in there because you're going to do the 200 and dry them all out. Is that what? I remember you said that.
Right. And so right now they'll just sit here and chill.
Hey, so when will our collaboration vases be ready to go in?
They will probably be going in. Well, one's going in now. For right now, the other one, if you saw me throwing, I was throwing the upper and the lower part of that piece.
Okay.
So it'll be put together tomorrow, actually. So I just need them to stiffen up, and so it'll probably be a little bit. Well, probably about 12 inches tall, if not 14. Yeah, it'll be big. So I'm excited.
Very nice.
I know.
So if I had to grade this firing with my little clipboard, it would probably be at like 95% of it was a great fire. It was a good fire.
Yeah, because I didn't see anything that wasn't.
Yeah, no flaws. So it was a great fire. I look forward to it. I wish you could. I don't know if you can see them on the shelf, but it's kind of cool to sit there and look at them on the shelf.
Very nice.
You'll be able to talk to them later.
Notice.
I know you don't kiss them till they cool down a little bit more.
You know that. It'd be like this.
See how that? It'd be like that. I don't know if you saw that guy that was over there trying to kiss a shark and it bit his lip. Can it be like, ooh, ooh?
I'm like, and I'll take pictures and look at them for a while.
It's those blow kisses for right now.
Well, that's worthy of. We don't have an applause sound effect because that's worth an applause sound effect.
Oh, then give her, you know what you got to give her. Bam.
Yeah, she's the bomb.
She's the bomb.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I'm gonna now I'll touch them up with iridescent colors, but I'll also put I have to burn some copper so that they can get their earrings. And that's pretty much it.
Cool.
All right, Karen. It's always fun watching. Hey, I can't wait to see you on Friday.
Cha-ching. Our cha-ching has two meanings now.
Right.
You saw her eyes at first, like, I didn't curse.
You did.
Exactly.
But you definitely got hey, that's for Friday. That's your Friday right there.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching.
I can get my black gesso with that cha-ching. Hey.
Well, that is some hot stuff. Thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Thanks, Karen.
You're welcome. What does that say? I can't read it because I ain't got my class.
He says, Karen, when this is over, I will cook for my husband again. He's on his own until the 31st. He refers to himself as a quarantine widower. He says, I'm going to need rehab on February the 1st.
Girl, Miss Gray, I think you might
Miss
have
Gray,
to...
we might just have to carry it in February and invite you to the reception to the art exhibition.
We have to. We gonna have to. Because she is just, oh my God.
She's just been doing the thing.
She has been doing the thing and hanging out with us. I totally understand, girlfriend. I totally understand.
And Linda, you can come along too.
Come on, Linda. Come on, Linda. Come on with us. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go finish checking this workout, and I will talk to you guys later.
Go do your thing. You know what we're doing. We're keeping it going.
Keeping it going, Karen.
All right. Carry
on.
Yeah.
See ya.
See ya.
You headed back in my corner. Oh, what is Deborah? Deborah's making a doll. One of her sculptures?
Yes.
Nice.
You know, one of the things that we have to keep in mind when doing a quarantine is right now we're all cranking, we're working on different materials. We're doing frame pieces, canvas pieces, we're doing canvas board, we're doing all kinds of boards. But the thing that we have to look at this point in day 19 is that pieces have to be prepared for the exhibition. And so that means all the artists that did paper works have to go another level to make sure those paper works are hangable, because we're not going to be handling loose originals in the show. And if we do, it's going to be very, very controlled. And so we're talking about the possibilities of anywhere between 60 and say 80 pieces representing the group. And so at this point, artists are now going, okay, I need to put wires on this, I need to put this on that. This is going up without a frame canvas, we painted the edges. It's about the finished look now on the gallery wall, because the gallery they all have standards. And even though this work is experimental, and we're allowing some leeway with it, we still want things to be ready to hang. So framing becomes an element that we don't discuss, but it's going to be something that's going to be very prevalent in this show. So I'm going to show you how I go through that process just so you can get an idea of what's involved with it. And you know, a lot of you are going to Michael's and other places they get framing, and you're paying for framing, but you don't really know what it is. You know, so you're going in and say, yo, can you make me a piece of furniture to fit this thing? Whether it be a print, a picture of your grandma or your original. And so you're basically asking them to make an enclosing unit for your piece. And so when you say, yeah, the framing costs more than a piece, it's supposed to, it's for protection. That's what the frame is for. See, if people get it twisted, it's not just for decoration. In the fine art realm, the frame is protection. It forms a barrier between the world and that piece. Your matting is not optional. Some people go into Michael's and they say, hey, it's going to be this price, that price. Hey, can you cut anything out? Oh, well, you know, if we take the mat off of it, it'll drop to $20. And you'll say, hey, we'll do without a mat. The mat is not a decoration. The mat actually creates a barrier of about 1/8 inch, or whatever the thickness of that board is, between your piece and the glass. That's what a mat is for. It's for protection. It is not for decoration. Okay, and so you out there to trim your prints to fit a frame. As soon as you trim your print, it's valueless. Never trim an original piece to fit a frame. If you are that hungry to save $1, you probably shouldn't have bought the piece. Okay, it's an investment, and this is going to be passed down to your kids. If that's the way you're looking at it, you got to take a new look at it. And most people get it as they get into it. But I've seen a lot of mistakes happen in the stage where people don't understand what's at stake. And so, yeah, framing becomes very important. I want to touch on that a little bit more. I'll talk about it some more as I'm working on one of the pieces. All right, so sometimes in between my painting, prepping, and other things, I attempt to try to get caught up on the other stuff, other projects. So framing is a very important aspect of that. Although in the quarantine, most artists are creating works just spontaneously, they may or may not be considering the fact that we have an exhibition happening in a couple of weeks. So I like to get ahead of that. I want to show you how I go about doing my framing. Many of you have been getting framing done on some of the pieces you've been seeing, pieces that you love, bring stuff home, and you may drop it off at Michael's, but you might not get a real behind-the-scenes feel of how things are done. So I want to try to clean this up as best as I can, let you see what's up. This is the frame we'll be putting this in. It is a gold leaf frame. So gold leaf frames they're pretty, everybody likes a little shine. What has to happen is that ultimately, when you got gold leaf frames, that means that there might be leaf along the inside. So you got to be real careful with that leaf, because sometimes that leaf will come off and it'll cause you drama. When you close up your piece, you got a little metal flake in it. So I'm going to go in here with the tape and try to get some of the extra leaf off. So it won't do that for me. As you can see, there's quite a bit of leaf on the inside. Nuisance stuff, details, but having been in the game for a minute, I've seen these things come up that create problems. When I frame something, I want it to be framed that one time. I ain't trying to go back into it unless I'm switching it out because I feel like switching it out. And I really hate if something happens with the client, piece slides down, they want to just reframe it, and then you have issues trying to get inside of it. So, I am not a certified picture framer, but I do understand the framing game, and I do professional grade framing. Now, I used to have a joiner and chopper and all that stuff, the machinery that used to put this stuff together. But look on the side, there's so much leaf on the side of this that can become a problem. But I got another trick for that too. So I think I got most of the leaf out of this. That could become a big problem. Clean that up. Having a clean area when you're framing is essential, especially if you're using white board. Oh, and I just happen to be what? Framing white. So I'm gonna put this up here for the time being. Another thing I try to advise people to do when they're framing is keep their hands clean. So I'm going to just take a minute and clean my hands a little bit so that I don't present some other problems, because whiteboard and museum board is very unforgiving. You will pick up a spot, a speck, a hair, or something. All right, so this is a piece I did called Of Queens. As you can see, I got this on thicker paper. So I have a little bit of tape along the top, which is the hinge. Some people I hinge straight across on heavy pieces. Some people use smaller hinges just to hold the top and bottom. I find the heavy pieces need a little more support because they will fall inside the frame. And if it's more rigid, then I tend to just tack it at the bottom, kind of hold it a little better. This is linen tape, professional linen tape, self-adhesive tape. It comes as something that requires a wet agent, and you have the self-adhesive. I love self-adhesive. That's just like buying a self-adhesive stamp, right? Versus a traditional lick one. So now I'm going to look at it and look for, and I use a Standard Mars plastic eraser. The reason I use a white eraser is because pink pearl erasers and any eraser with a color could leave the color residue inside the white board. As you can see, I'm using 2-ply white board here. I'm gonna try to keep these crumbs off the table too. And I got my glasses on. I gotta have my spectaculars on to make sure I can see everything that's happening here. So I'm also only handling it on the edges rather than really touching the mat. You want to try to not touch the mat as much as possible because it'll pick up oils in your hands, and those oils will turn colors over time. So I'm just doing a light eraser job over the whole piece. I do see a little bit of indentation in this mat for some reason. Like drag to get something. The mats can be very, very temperamental. That's why storing them properly is a plus. I'm going to brush this out again. A lot of brushing, a lot of making sure there's no crumbs, because those crumbs will show up in side of your frame when you get done. And it's nothing more frustrating than getting a good frame job done. And because you have not brushed it down good, or you did not catch that one speck, that you have a piece that you need to go back into. So I try to avoid that as much as possible. So we're just about cleaned up. As a safeguard, I'm going to get some tape, artist tape. I like using white artist tape for cleanup because it has a lower tack and it won't tear the surface of the paper. So right now I'm using this on all my specks. If I see hairs, any specks, anything that become an issue later on when this is back inside the frame, this is really my last time to catch dust. Looking pretty good so far. Of course, you cannot see any of this detail from the camera, but it's there. We're dropping hair and skin and all kinds of debris from our bodies and clothing and in the air all the time. So you could have gone through one time and cleaned it, and then while you were cleaning it, something else dropped in place. So you got to really be looking all the way around and take your time on this stage. I find when you take your time on this stage, you do not have to worry about anything. So I'm gonna put this on the side. Most of my glass, I do have a glass machine, a glass cutter here on the premises. But in this case, I bought this glass already sized because I knew I was going to be doing a lot of pieces this size. And quarantine pieces, I try to work within the same size so that I can economically get through framing. So this is a nice glass cleaner, foam action usually. I can shake the can first. My biggest waste to the earth is the paper towel that cut in half. Woohoo! Love me some half paper towels. But they are kind of a necessary evil for framing. I try to be as eco-friendly as I can be, but truthfully, art supplies are not very eco. All right, so I'm checking my mat. I'm going to brush it one more time. And what I do is I clean the inside first. Check my piece for dust. Turn it face down. Sometimes I will check it to make sure there's no dust on the front of it first before I actually put it in the frame. So we're gonna go here. Must be running out. Clean the front so I can check for dust. Try to keep it on top of the piece. Now, from where I am now, I see a hair, 2 hairs, very minute hairs. As a matter of fact, you probably wouldn't notice them if they were hanging in a gallery wall, but I notice them. So what I'll do is I'll check and see if I can remove those pieces of tape. Sometimes it's stuck on the piece and sometimes it's stuck on the glass. In this case, it's stuck on the glass. So I'm going to go in and grab that little piece of hair. And remember, every time I would lift this up, it's sucking air back inside the piece. So you don't want to get too crazy and anal. Once you get what you need, get out of there. All right, so now I put my frame in place. I try to be careful not to do too much movement on it before I tack it in place. Once I get it here, I have a piece of backing board that goes over it in piece. So from here, I've taken use this as a point driver. This is a framing tool. I put my points in to look like these little teeny silver thingies. I tack it in 2 spots. I flip it to check it again for dust. If it clears the dust test, I put 2 more. But before I finish tacking, I check it again to make sure nothing fell because of gravity. And then I go back and I do my seal job. Every 2 to 3 inches is sufficient. I tend to put a few more tacks in it to keep it so that I can move them around from gallery to gallery and not have a lot of problems. So this is another framing tool, ATG gun. This is a double-sided tape. What I do then is I take the ATG tape and boy, I tell you, when these boys get out of alignment, they are a pain in the behind. So like right now, this one's out of alignment, so I'm gonna take this excess stuff out of here and put that in the trash because there's nothing more frustrating than trying to put down this tape, this double-sided tape, which is very sticky, and you got a gun that's all screwed up. So I'm gonna take all that out. Rethread it. Go back in there. Thread it in there. Close it up. Get it started first. And that should do the trick. This gun has been sitting for a minute, so that double-sided tape sometimes will start to work against each other. But it's a clear tape. You can't see this online, but I'm putting tape all the way around the bottom edge to put the dust cover on. Dust covers keep debris, rodents, roaches, bugs out of the back of the piece. So I try to not waste paper. So I'm guesstimating the size of this. Press that down there. Press that down here. Pull tight. Nails over it to make sure I got it where I need it. That might be a problem because I didn't leave myself a lot of paper there. I'm going to hope that my experience works for on camera. I usually use recycled blades to do this job with. So what I do basically is I use the edge of the paper, the edge of the blade against the edge of the frame to do my cut. That way it allows me to do a really clean cut without having to rely on a tool, because some people use a tool to do this with. So I'm basically lightly leaning the blade against the edge of the frame, and I'm cutting. As you can see, it cuts very cleanly. And I got this little teeny edge that I know it's gonna give me trouble. So I'm gonna do the same thing, get a good start on it, take my time, pull it slow. And I'm even cutting down a piece of backing paper that is 1/8 of an inch. Yes, I do have some framing experience. Try to cut that freehand. Haha. All right, so what you got now is nice piece, clean, no dust. I usually turn it upside down to make sure I don't put it. It's nothing worse than trying to wire a piece and you put the wires on upside down. So what I do is I try to mark. The rule is you're supposed to put the wire on 1/3 of the frame, which would be about right. But I find sometimes, depending on if you got a level wall or unlevel wall, if you do it 1/3 and the wall's not level, it's going to make the top or the top part of the piece hang away from the wall. I don't like that. So I took to go within the 8, 9 inch on something like this. In this case, I want to do 7 inches. So I marked my points where I want my screws to go. I've already threaded my wire with my eyelets together. And sometimes I tape these wires, but in this case I'm not. I'll save that for when I'm getting ready to pack things to ship them. I go over one last review just before I ship things out to make sure we don't have something that people will cut their fingers on. And so from there we just zip. One side on. Enough room for some give. Now, for all that, we now have a completed frame job. And that, my friends, is what happens when you take your piece to Michael's to get your piece framed. It's been a long day of prep and moving around. It's been a very, very productive day. I need to have at least 2 more days like this where I get in early and prep things. And reality is, the more prep I do, the better off I'm going to be. I think I done broke my glasses, but I got to be able to the next couple of days prep enough stuff to float me for the remainder of the quarantine. Day 19, that means it's about 12 days left. I could do a lot in 12 days if I can get my prep done and follow through. And I think all the other artists at this point are probably thinking the same thing. So that's what my focus is right now. My energy level's pretty good. I've been trying to get to bed at a decent time, but I do feel a couple of late nighters coming. So let me close off this day and get ready for tomorrow.
Sheldon, what are you drawing those on?
Just regular old fabric canvas.
Oh, okay.
I've got a ton of canvases, but I just don't want to keep doing
I don't know. I want to do something non-traditional, and since I don't have a bunch of what I really would like, is bowls and plates and all that stuff. I'm just gonna go with fabric, and
those would be neat to do. Like, did you see the little things LaShawn made out of? Did you see the ones LaShawn made out of Sculpey clay?
oh, I thought you were talking about the paper with the fabric on it.
Oh, is that one that LaShawn sent you?
Yeah, I did get one.
Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at it.
Still working on it, but
I know, but let's see. Oh wow. Okay, I like that. Poncho, did you see the one that Sheldon did of one of LaShawn's pieces? His collaboration piece?
Yeah, it's looking good.
I like that.
yeah, so I'm trying to. It was a nice inspiration, him sending it to not be so complicated and not be all stuck in my head about everything, and just try to simplify some things and create from within my head and just be comfortable with it.
Okay. But yeah, you should look at, because of like the images that you're drawing, you should look at what he's doing with that clay. Because he did something similar where he just made the face and then he glued it to, baked it and glued it to wood, and then he painted it. And your faces remind me of that.
Yeah, I would like to do more with them.
Well, you should go back. What day was that, Poncho, where he was making them?
That was yesterday.
Yeah, or get in touch with him, because he definitely, because I could definitely see some of these heads done like that. Done with that Sculpey clay.
With
And
the
then
clay. Yeah, I've got some clay, but I just got to dig it out. I've got stuff in like storage.
You got some Sculpey clay?
In a few places. No, it's a real dense, hard, like red clay, but I'm pretty sure if I rolled it out.
Oh, well, that's an air dry clay, but the Sculpey clay, you just kind of bake it in the oven and then it's good to go.
Oh, just like the regular oven?
Yeah, and then you can paint on top of it. But yeah, your faces would look at the video with LaShawn on it from yesterday, and you'll see the ones that he did. They were really pretty fabulous. I don't know if you watch it during the day, but he did some really neat stuff with Sculpey, and your drawings remind me of some of the stuff he did.
Yeah, I have been on quite often, but I'm on this small phone and I really can't see anything.
Yeah. So.
Like right now, I don't know what you can see or can't see.
No, I can see your images. I can see all of them.
I spilled some paint water on this and just started making something out of it, but it's really wet. It's messing up my workspace.
Well, it's turning into what it wants to be. It might be something interesting to have water on it. It might have an interesting effect.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to crank out some more here. If I make some smaller, then maybe I can get them in the mail also. I know we're winding down. I heard Poncho talking about it's raining time.
Oh yeah, we got 12 days.
We're not going to work up to the last day on creating logistics.
Oh, are you going to send those as collaborations?
Possibly. I would just want to connect with some people first, I guess, and see if they.
Oh, they would love it. They would love it.
I'm not huge on backgrounds, so. But I see some really cool. Oh, I did it again. Shoot.
That's all right. If you send those out as collaborative pieces, I'm pretty sure they will have some fun with them.
Thank you.
Oh, Pancho, what is that you're over there working on today?
Just felt like doing an assemblage of some kind. I got so many pieces of wood and pieces of chunks of stuff.
Frame edges.
Frame corners and wood panels. And so I'm putting them all together and going to make something Afrocentric looking.
Okay.
That mask in the middle is actually cast in wax, but I'm planning to do a resin version of that.
Okay.
To fit in that space. I'm just using that for spacing.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah, just doing something completely different than I usually do.
Send me some of those wood pieces.
Girl, those things, they come in handy. I think I got them from a company that does laser cutting, and they started selling their scraps.
Oh, okay.
Now that they figured out people making art from them, they don't want to give them away.
Isn't that how it is all the time? That was something I used to get at the Goodwill all the time. All the time they had it. It used to be like $1.99.
Yeah.
Once they figured out people were buying it, they went up to $5.
There you go.
Deborah, what you over there working on, girl?
Woman over here is giving me fits.
What is she doing? Not behaving?
Put me down. Put me down.
Well, you know, that's kind of what happens. We in the 5 hour and a half zone. You know what that means?
It's that time.
It's about time for us to start thinking about breaking this thing down.
Okay. Bedtime.
Tiana came over here and started looking through the window. That's what this
That's all right. Everybody's still moving and grooving.
I was trying not to fall off this stool.
I think I've exhausted all of my I gotta get all this stuff off of my devices. All of my devices today said, don't put
all your devices are crashing.
They were like, do not put anything else on me.
I had to dump a few things myself today.
Yeah, the tech guy, he said, Miss Cutler, shut your computer all the way off in the morning.
Oh, we heard you. We heard the whole conversation.
Right. Turn it back on and then dump all that stuff off of it.
Well, now what
happens when you're moving and you're grooving?
He said, dump all of that stuff off of it. I said, okay, I will do that.
Well, everybody, we're just going to get ready to sign off.
This has been a fabulous day, guys.
Another productive.
I know. Time for us to go to bed.
No, I'm going to be up for another.
I know, I am. You know, I'm going to be up. Deborah, did you see the pieces that you inspired?
No.
Oh, hold on. Let me get them.
I'll be thinking about y'all while I'm asleep.
I ain't mad at you.
These are my
right, everybody. It is time for all of us to say good night.
I have to show Deborah my piece.
Oh, go ahead. Do your show and tell, darling.
All right, my Deborah piece.
Look at that. Those are nice.
Cool.
That's because, I'm not usually this loose when I do my images. And I was like, let me do some loose Deborah piece. So there you go. My Deborah piece. I got one more. I got one more canvas. I got one more to do.
Well, y'all are stirring it up. Y'all got to turn in some art to me so I can update these videos tomorrow.
I'm going to finish this one and I'll take pictures of these tomorrow.
Fantastic.
Tomorrow.
All right, y'all. Until tomorrow, it is time to say goodbye. Y'all have a good evening.
Did you see LaShawn down there?
Oh, LaShawn is gone.
All right, telling us good night.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw him. All right, y'all. We out of there.